Day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
So I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah. Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath ever.
Thanks a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
that's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Arian.
Yeah,
And
it's
Khan
bad
really
news.
fought him for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers there.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater out flops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9, he is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion.
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of here.
Get in
Get out of
there.
here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on. don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Joe, is this meant to be plugged in or not? Is this meant to be plugged in or not? Running away with it. We are back. Hopefully everybody has found us again. YouTube back open. Check the link, Jay. Get on the old YouTube, make sure it's there.
YouTube. Grosvenor Poker. Live. 51 watching.
Perfect. Straight in. Had to restart it just in case this goes over the allotted time. Obviously Facebook is back as well. So if you're watching on Facebook, just open up the link. Now we are back.
Yep. Just me and Tara at the moment, but Tom Hall is going to be coming to join us. Quite funny, weren't it, Tara?
It is funny.
When we finished for the session, and Tom goes, "Am I right to go get some food, lads, first, and then come back in?" Like we're doing him the favour. He was just like, "Am I all right to go get some food before I come back?"
Yeah, top lad. He is a top lad.
So Tara and I, for probably 5-10 minutes, then we will be joined by Tom Hall again. Great character to have in the booth.
He certainly is. And knows his stuff, knows his ICMs, knows his betting. Just great to listen to him. And we're still on 8. And the Bowie effect. Andy Wilson, the only person to be eliminated so far on the FT.
Yeah, came in as chip leader as well. You don't see that very often. First place finishing 9th.
Yeah. Aces, kings into aces was the big one.
Blind on blind here. Matt Davenport going to complete over to Twan with 7s in the big. Cagey affair now, Tower, because like even top of the pack here, I know Ewan's got slight chip lead, but Twan and Matt's in comfortably, I think 3rd and 4th in chips, but only 25-30 bigs effective. And this is what occurs when we do go 2-3 hours, only losing one player.
Yeah.
Stacks will start to shallow. And Twan just bumps it up to shy of 3x. Matt out the way. Who do you fancy to win, RC and Needleman?
Let's go, Foggy. Oh, he's a chip leader.
Obviously. I'm going to go with the underdog, and I am going to go for Brandon Shields as the short stack.
Like it. Like it.
But something's got to give this session, guys. So we have 8 remaining, but I'd be very shocked if we got to the end of this session and we weren't at least 5-handed, 4-handed even.
Is it? Well, Jay said yesterday there'd be carnage, and he's said it again.
your masses rooting for the Mad Turk. That's some fans, does the Mad Turk?
He does. He does indeed. We all know everybody on the table's got the game. Keith won one before. Matt Davenport is.
I must have missed a hand just before the break. I thought Ewan was chip leader, but with 1.2 milli, I double Turk up, didn't he? Aces versus King Queen, that makes sense. Mark Foggin is actually the chip leader coming back after break.
Yeah, 2.4 mil.
Mad Turk 7-4 diamonds in the big hit. Expect to see defend. Facing this just north of Minklick. Button open from Matt Davenport. An intriguing flop because Matt, a board that do expect him to have high frequency, continues on, and Turk with bottom pair. But Turk just going to take it out. Not going to let Matt get the chance to see bet here, and just goes for the donk lead with the 7-4 suited for 1-2-5. And just Matt, complete whiff hit. Could be drawing to runners against some ace-X. So probably going to be hand done, and this donk lead from the Mad Turk is likely to work, but Matt Davenport's got other ideas. He floats with the King 9 off in position, facing
What do we have here?
this donk lead from Turk. Open from Matt. Turk defends big blind, and Turk goes for the donk on ace 8-7.
Turk getting after it.
Now what
And he's
do we
forced
do?
to shut down, I think. Oh, he's going to do it. Look, Matt is definitely capable of like taking this pot away no matter what happens.
Once he floats
Even if
flop.
Turk bet the turn here, Matt, I think, is capable of like shoving, thinking he's never got anything.
Like, why on earth would Turk ever lead a strong hand on an ace high board? That
I have seen it though. Like, I have seen, not on this. This is not the right board to do it. That's the thing. Like, he did it against me on a 10 high board with Queen 10, for example, and like it's not like. Oh, a check from Matt.
He does check. Queen of Diamonds river.
If Turk checks here, Matt needs to bet something.
Does Matt ever think though that he's up against some 9-10, 9-6, 6-5 club
Possibly
draws?
with a 9. Oh, he's
Check,
checked
check
it.
again.
Wow.
7.
The thing is, even if you are against those, the EV is higher when you just win every time.
Yeah,
you shove.
flush out the 7-8.
There is just no. He just basically nice one. He basically has no calling range, Turk. Like, this is why you don't get to lead, because you just don't have a strong enough hand to call any extra aggression, so you just don't get to lead.
Another very intriguing aspect of that hand is once Turk does donk the flop and he's left with like 0.8 SPR on the turn, he's just going to continue betting all his strong hands. He's not then going to shut down and check over to Matt.
Sometimes there's like spots where you just go from like 90% win to 100% win, even though it's a lot of risk. It just, if they're never calling, it doesn't matter. You just want to win the pot every time rather than 90% of the time. But Turk is unpredictable, you know. There's a universe where maybe he would have showed up with a good hand there, like ace 10, for example. I don't see it personally, but Turk is very unpredictable. So if there was anyone on this table who could lead that flop and actually have a good hand, it would be Turk. Like, genuinely.
Got to remember as well though, he also started that hand with around 10 BBs, so a lot of the ace-X may elect to shove
Of course,
free as well.
yeah. He just has very little value.
It's just
at
a
all.
nonsense
Like,
lead, isn't it?
yeah.
Absolute nonsense. But it worked.
However, one thing I will say is a lot of the nonsense that Turk does is working against amateur or recreational players. This is not the lineup to be doing that. That's the thing.
Jack I flop. Jack 8-10, 2 spades. George flops. The nut flush draw against Mark.
One diamond on board, but not the most appetising prospect to be continuing on here. The Jack 10-8 as Mark, and I think I'm a big fan of the check behind here.
Yeah,
7 of diamonds.
interesting board. No, interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nut flush draw versus the nut flush draw.
That video.
Should see George betting small here mostly. Just when you just clearly have the 9 advantage here. You have 9-8 offsuit. You have 9-6 suited. The aggressor doesn't really have these.
Yeah, well, it does go for bet time. It goes for just shy of 2/3.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. Like, I think you can mix two sizes here. Maybe not in ICM, but if there was no ICM, I think you do get some big bets and some small bets too. Oh, by the way, we might be getting a visit from a certain somebody in the next few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. A certain Andy Wilson.
No way.
Yeah, might be popping in. So get your notepads ready. he's you know, he might have had a beer, he might have had 2 beers, but he's a lot smarter than anyone else in this building probably at poker. So get ready. Get your notepads out.
Dog and Duck Tower, you fancy it? Me and you?
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
leave Tom Owen.
We'll be back tomorrow at 12:30.
And George doesn't go for it on the river. Checks over to Foggin.
I wonder what Foggin will do here.
Because, like, we never expect George to check a 10, do we?
And we don't expect him to big bet with a 10 either. Like, why would he big bet with any hand that isn't a straight here? So really, Foggin beats all those bluffs, but he chops with the nut flush draw. Again, it's a spot where you might go from winning the pot 75% of the time to possibly 100% of the time. Would your opponent ever check a straight here? Almost, probably never. Probably 0. Right. Don't hate the check back at all. You definitely have showdown. Interesting hand though. Like, I think you could bluff the river as Fog.
Just never expect George to check a 9.
It's also one of the worst hands you could bluff with Ace X of diamonds. Like, it's, if you could choose any hand that's like the worst, the lowest EV to bluff with, it would be this. But I just really feel that he big bets the turn, so he's got a straight or nothing, and then he checks the river, so it's almost certain that he just has nothing.
So man down the board, does have floating shoes on?
The man, the one, the only, the 9th place finisher, Andy Wilson.
It's good to see that everyone else is busting while
Everyone's still here, Andy. Literally, you've been gone an hour and a half, and everyone you left still sat at that table.
Yep.
They've just been passing around your chips, mate. They're just needling you.
I was the value. Everyone else is sharing in the
Sharing in the value,
in the profits. Yeah, exactly.
Like, you take up and you take Andy's stack. You split it 8 ways. What do you get? 200k each. It's not bad.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, I presume at this point everyone must be like getting quite shallow.
Yeah, very shallow. Like, has anyone got 40 bigs here? Has anyone got 2.4? Foggin might have 2-point-something million now. 2.5 for Fog. Yeah. Pressure cooker for everyone.
Very sensitive situation.
Yes, indeed.
Not looking to play as much post flop as even you might have wanted to do.
It could be like quite a lot of spots for the middle stacks who just want to open jam rather than raise and be put in like a like hand like ace queen, for example, offsuit, where you think like if I open here and I get jammed on by half of these guys, I'm just gonna have to fold, so I'm just gonna shove myself. Ewan could fold here. What do you think?
This is close.
Yeah.
I think I'll lean no. Oh, into Foggy's big blind.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I like
yeah,
the fold.
yeah.
I think it's close. I would open ace four still. So I think it's like right. Ace two. I will. Got to find some line for a suited ace opening.
It might all be pretty similar, and like all of those are just low frequency possibly, but like I think I might just fold all of those at this spot.
I mean, I've not been privy to what's been going on. How much have been people like peeling opens or?
A little bit more than they're supposed to, I would say.
Like here.
Yeah, like right now. Like,
yeah,
but he's on the button with a pair, and you know, like pair's a pair.
Twan was very fun to play with. I played with him all day today. He was.
I mean, I like the way he played that king
say the
queen,
least.
like against Turk. He got Turk. I think it was after you busted, but he got Turk to dust off a lot of chips to him in that hand. It was a well executed hand by Twan.
I think this freeze flat is a bit problematic.
Yes. Agree.
Just to catch up on the chat box, Keyman, I've just ran it back. Twan didn't have ace king suited. I know it said on the graphic, but the card that was pitched to Turk second sort of slid over his box, so it's obviously just a graphic error. I don't think Twan's folding ace king suited to an open.
Did you see Matt's float in the mirror? Oh no, I didn't see. Sorry, that's what you're talking about. I haven't seen this hand. Who is the most entertaining poker streamer? Most entertaining right now, probably Bert. Best, who's my favourite? Probably Sven. Sven's probably my favourite streamer out of everyone.
Who's Bert?
Giraffe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
First name basis.
Yeah.
I don't know
him
his first name.
Tom's in the Cool Kids Club.
I'm a man of the animals, you know.
By the
Like
giraffe.
I love the farm animals, so I think he knows that in spirit. You know what I mean? I don't need to tell him that. Right.
That was a very solid round.
But it's best. I love Sven's stream. I just love watching someone play loads of tables. Like that's what I really love. Like online, it's just action.
Someone just has 20 tables.
Yeah, just show me someone who can play that many tables efficiently and like just plays everything. You know. Twan, not recommended, but gangster 3-bet here.
Do you think Ewan puts this in or not? I mean, I'm not seeing what Twan's been up to.
I wouldn't be that surprised if he folded.
I've not seen what Twan's been up to, but like he was very much getting after it.
He hasn't done much on the FT.
He's been fairly
He's
snug
been very
FT,
snug,
but I've
yeah.
seen a lot of Twan over like the last 8 months. He plays a lot of the high rollers, and you're right, he does
Very
like
quick
to get
one. So
after
yeah,
it.
so I mean, Ewan probably just doesn't have any kind of
No, really.
inclination. Yeah, so just,
He didn't think he had 5s there, I'll tell you
No,
that.
of course.
Like,
it might be quite surprising for people to
Twan
see
chip
that
leader now.
It might be quite surprising for people to see him fold that quickly, but like, it is a spot where Ewan is basically not going to flats, and he's just going to basically have a committed chip sort of.
And
But he's just deciding, he's going to be weighing whether Ace Queen is going to qualify for it.
Ace Queen even gets binned as like in a lot of spots that I'm surprised by in terms of like you open early position and someone 3-bets you in the cutoff and you're allowed to just fold Ace Queen off at like 40 bigs sometimes, I feel like.
This is even without
ICM, yeah. Like Ace Queen goes in the bin. Population is never folding Ace Queen.
I FT'd this tournament last year, I remember, and I 3-bet Ace Queen off suit, EP of like 18 bigs.
I remember that. You were going to 3-bet fold.
And
I remember that.
And those are the kind of things that I think, yeah, a lot of people don't kind of
find. Brandon found a nice one earlier, but we didn't get to see his hand where he 3-bet off 21 bigs, small blind versus cutoff. I like that a lot. That's something I don't find enough, I don't think. Yeah, I agree. At this stage of the tournament, you just can't really call anything.
If it was a bit top heavy against exactly
you could
Twan,
shove.
No, I wouldn't mind playing
3-bet
it as
fold.
like a 3-bet, just because when he calls, you're doing fantastic. I mean, like this is
True.
maybe potentially being results oriented because I saw he had king.
It's a good
suited,
candidate, like
I think it's very
for
reasonable.
3-bet fold. I like Ace 10 a lot more. Like I'm just way more comfortable 3-bet folding Ace 10.
I think Ace Jack.
Spraggy is okay too, and Tonka. Yeah, I agree. Tonka's stream's gone a bit downhill in my opinion. It's not as entertaining as it once was. Now he's a Stars pro. You know, it all goes downhill when he's signed for a site, like Ewan McNicholas or Matt Davenport. You know, we could see them on the downhill. We could see them. We could see all of those guys on the downhill slope now. Like it's quite obvious. Right?
I'm just waiting for the Mad Turk now.
Yeah, Mad Turk to get signed. I mean, yeah. That'd be a good sign. Brandon.
Wow, this is wild. Yeah, but I didn't realise Brandon was down to 6.
Brandon's
he's got an orbit now.
grinder.
He's gone through the blinds now. And obviously,
Yep.
the nicety about big
He's
blind
got a
ante.
lovely 5
Doesn't have
hands
to
now.
commit anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, anymore.
Lovely. One thing I haven't seen enough of is just open jamming. Like,
And it happens very frequently too.
Yes,
Like,
you
there
really,
are so many
like-
classes of hands that kind of enjoy.
there was quite a few hands where I saw I would have just open jammed rather than like raising that people have done. And I think I'm a bit too jam happy, but I think everyone else is nowhere near jam happy enough. Like people seem to hate jamming, and I just love jamming like 20 to 25 big blinds. It just completely puts them under it where they can't really call.
Quick check
any
from
of the
Matt,
hands
but
they
I
would
think
jam.
that 9 deuce is going to get in a lot as a nice.
Yes,
Kind of
60%
fantastic.
maybe.
Ewan's not going to like commit. He's not really going to complete the small blind very wide. He's
He
gonna
should
put,
be
he's
more
gonna, he's
polar
gonna,
than
yeah,
usual.
It's gonna be like a polar complete.
Yeah.
And the deuce is just great to unblock like the worst hands he completes because like hands like Jack deuce off are not getting it anymore. So I think 9 deuce is like a great hand
You just got to make sure you don't go too crazy against Reds, who respect.
I mean,
I know for you're capable of overdoing
I might be
it, but,
chatterboxing here, but like I think in this exact
waffling.
scenario, like this might be a spot where the Deuce X gets
just
taken up a notch.
Just go wild.
Even versus
yeah.
like Chip BB. I think the 9's just pretty happy to check twice and potentially.
Yeah, I would definitely check back.
I think River could be a consideration for value betting.
It just seems like one of the best hands to protect your checking ranges. Yeah.
And I think this is going to be close to a value bet on the River.
Oh, if he checks, I would bet.
Yeah, I think
One big blind, sir, is what I would wager.
very, very reasonable.
Don't check
some
back.
ace highs.
It's almost impossible for him to have a 10.
And there's a pretty quick check from you in on the River.
No, Matt,
he
no.
wins.
Oh,
Nine's good.
Oh, you know what it is? I've just realised it's Grosvenor Pro on Grosvenor Pro. Let's honestly check it down. Honesty is the best policy, and I bet Ewan had a 10 anyway because, like, so it's Grosvenor Pro v Grosvenor Pro, and Matt is the forever Grosvenor Pro now. He's tarnished for life.
Once you've won the NPL, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Does that mean if Jeff Kimber rocked up at an event, he'd be a Grosvenor Pro as well?
Yeah, Mr. Beavers.
Mr. Beavers.
Yeah, Mr. Beavers for sure.
Imagine Mr. Beavers and the Silver Pigeon going at it.
Oh
That
my
would be
God.
summer heads up, wouldn't it?
Imagine you walked over to the bar.
You'd get some
and
stories too. I was
Joe
gonna say, that'd be the more
Beavers
intriguing
and
part,
Silver
potentially.
Pigeon were there talking. You'd be like, wow, I want to hear what they're talking about. You probably get like richer immediately just by joining in the conversation.
Absolutely.
That's probably like plus 25k
Exactly.
right
There'll be
there.
some
right?
significant enrichment.
Exactly, enrichment
in
in
some area for sure.
Yeah, financially and mentally.
I'd say the King Jack should be raising this way.
King Jack's a good hand.
You'd rather have so a lot of people don't know in the chat maybe, or maybe that's a bit. I won't presume, but you'd rather have this hand than like sevens, maybe, probably even eights.
For sure.
Probably
Sevens
even
just goes in the
probably
bin,
I guess
right?
even eights.
Like,
Even eights. Eights is weird. Eights is weird.
I think eights you open and sevens you just fold.
Eights. I
need
down
to see the
eights.
top-down chip counts to like exactly know that, but like
There's been a lot of eights on the flop, and that's been like a bit of a meme today. Like that was something that was going on the
Snowmans.
tables. Yeah.
all right.
We were wondering whether there was a fifth eight in the deck, quite legitimately.
Here comes
so.
Twan. He ain't folding against Turk.
Tell you what would have been naughty here.
Free
bet.
275.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's got the backdoor diamond.
325. Right. Turk with the speech play.
Snap bet too.
What's going to happen on the turn, folks?
Let's have a diamond.
Is it going to be a deuce of diamonds?
Oh my goodness me! Oh, Turk, you are in
Mad
trouble.
Turk. He's going to check, and then he might actually get away on the river.
Yeah, I agree.
He's got. I mean, he was dangerously close to putting the triangle in there. I feel
He
like.
was, yeah.
I mean, let's see what Twan's sizing is here. But oh wow, it's a chop.
Such an anticlimax.
Yeah.
Will Mad Turk bet after
Yeah.
check? Yeah, he'll get small. And Twan will just pay it.
Yeah, instantly.
Mamma mia. Show the cards.
Turns out it's Turk's day, man at straw. Just catching up with the chop. Robbie Ball, loving the Bowie, Jabra J Dream Team. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is a pretty dreamy team.
Dennis Shaw, little. Wow, this is great. Two top poker players and Jay in the comms booth. Cheers, Dennis. Thanks for the needle. And Keeman says, how long have you two both been playing for?
11 years, maybe?
Full time for
Not quite. Maybe full time for like 10, 9 to 10. It's hard to even remember at this point.
Yeah,
so
it's
old.
similar.
You
I
can,
can-
you,
I- no, I
you
can
can't
still
relate.
recollect. I can still
like,
recollect.
you can't even relate.
I'm pretty similar in terms of starting to play poker and going full time. Like it was like only a year into playing that I went full time, so it's probably pretty similar for you.
I think it was about 18 months after I started like, playing a lot that I stopped everything else and just focused.
I've been full time for like almost 7 years.
Yeah. How old are you again, young Bowie?
28.
28 young years of age.
Some
How
way
old
to
are you, Jay?
29. I wish I was
What
still
the
28.
hell?
I wish I was still 28.
God, this
Some way
guy.
to spend our 20s, isn't it?
I'm 30 in a few months, so.
Imagine saying that on camera.
I am not answering any questions.
Towers
Tower's 56 this month.
27.
Here we go. Matt, Ace King on the button.
I'm all in.
I'm
all
know
in.
if I agree.
I'm all in.
I think I would be in this potentially, but like there could be some world if you're playing against.
I'm more
Or
polarized.
you just
than,
you go just like polar.
I'm more polarized than Ace King off here. Like Ace King suited, maybe I'll have some clickety clack, but not Ace King off. Right.
No, I mean it's a hand that's supposed to be in there to protect the 3-bet jamming range.
That's
but
that's kind of what I was
But the
at,
online meta right now is really interesting. That everyone's inducing Ace King off because everyone just like 4-bet clicks and 4-bet shoves like
Yeah,
with
I
an
have
ace.
kind of noticed that.
No one's really flatting pairs anymore. Like it's a very weird kind of bubble that we're in online.
People are trying to find more 3-bets.
So everyone's inducing Ace King offsuit all of this.
I'd be shocked if Turk called it. It's just an easy fold.
I think Foggin's got a pretty trivial.
But
fold.
you know, this is why the clickety clack might have been great, because if you 3-bet there non-all in, Turk might have jammed.
I mean, the idea is you don't even. Usually, what the problem is if you run into pairs too much, that's not great. But like you're trying to induce an ace 4 suited
Yes,
raise 4-bet jam. That's kind of what.
but
the
I
idea
wouldn't
is.
really see Foggin doing that particularly either.
He looks about 45. Oh my goodness.
Who?
Me?
Andy looks
Aye.
45.
My goodness.
John Roberts, the first thing he said in chat today, and it's very offensive. He says no offense.
A foggy close one goes.
Yeah, good
for
fold. Definitely a good fold.
Yeah,
You can't afford to put in 1 point. Look at that. If you call and lose, you go down to
I honestly think
Mad Turk territory.
I'm gonna do like the Shrek swords thing with the guy that starts here. Like, I think 7s is like really close. I think 6s like there could be a world if
No,
enough people
I
are beeping
think
too much.
as he's second in
Foggin's
chips,
second in chips,
yeah.
But I think
And the
sixes
chip leader
would
was
be
small
close.
blind, right? I would have opened that in this lineup personally, as Foggin. Just knowing
What
that
about
like
sixes? You think about
I probably would open Turk's big blind. Right.
I'd rather just open ace 9 off.
Me too, but I'd still.
You don't get dealt ace 9
feel
off enough.
fine,
Yeah, I know.
but-
It's tough. That's always when you're playing in these spots in your mind. It's always when you like.
If you create these restrictions of like,
We're trying to
I'd
shift
rather
out
have
of
this.
yeah.
Like you just worry about your hand right now.
Aye.
Like maybe even 6s in theory is a fold, but I would open because I feel like we're not getting re-jammed on enough. We're not getting 3-bet bluffed anywhere near enough.
Yeah.
And Turk is probably one of the players who, I wouldn't say he's like a weaker player. He's actually quite tough to play against, but he's someone who has the potential to blast off a bit. You know, like you've got a little bit more implied odds of like him getting a bit freaky post flop, leading out into you. You know, in a spot where he's not supposed to lead, and now you're in dreamland. Right.
You're not loving defending this hand, admittedly. Just because of this, it's a very sensitive situation. You're covered quite a lot, but we are playing against one of the wild men
Yep.
of the scene. So I think
I'd defend this.
just
Just
about.
about. Jack 8 maybe in the bin. Jack 7 definitely in the bin.
I think I've been Jack 8.
Yeah, I'm not,
I still account for the fact that like even though I think I might have.
I
an
might
edge,
pull Jack 8 against Twan. I might fold against someone who's like really ICM aware or something. I don't know. But then Twan is chip leader.
It's just tough because it's Brandon on 6.
Yeah.
This is great for me, guys. It's like listening to one of your 2 phone calls in a little study
Yeah,
group, and
exactly.
I'm just here, just sponging it all in.
That's what I said, right?
I don't even have to say a word.
We're like kind of like yin and yang. We're like,
I love the
a lot of
debate.
spots are pretty close, and it's just kind of like nice to like kind of get viewpoints.
Well, a lot of the time I'm just trying to absorb what Bobby's saying. I said that to
I'm
you
trying to
earlier.
absorb what
Like,
you're both saying.
yeah.
And then what I have to do when Tower comes back in, I have to forget how to absorb what someone's saying and
Block it out. Yeah.
When I go and watch the semi-finals of the Premier League darts and see which money I'm losing on the most 180s.
Yeah, but that's when Tower shines.
This sucks for Brandon because he's got 2 hands who are paying 2 bigs in the big blind.
I think if this was no big blind ante, this would definitely be a fold. I think
agree
with the
completely.
big blind ante now,
I
this is very gross, and I think it's still a fold.
I completely agree.
Yeah,
I think I would take Queen Jack here.
I would definitely take Queen Jack here.
I think we're on a similar way. Oh, he's taking it.
Good
Oh no!
fold, I think. Yeah, he almost did it.
I thought
Yeah.
he was motioning the chips.
I wouldn't have blamed him for shoving there because the future is so hard to work out in terms of losing 2 big blinds. That's so negative for your...
And taking the fold equity on your 6 is still like... Because the 6 impacts everyone's stack right now when the average is so short.
I had a lot of spots in this tournament where I had just silly small stacks where we were on the bubble and like... In chip EV, I would have had so many shoves, but I just couldn't really do anything because the ICM gets really tough. I said earlier how on the FT, I think there's a thing where population tends to think when they're the shortest stack that the ICM doesn't really apply to them, and ICM definitely does apply to the shortest stack. Even with Brandon's 6 big blinds now, he has to play significantly different to chip EV, and I think a lot of people just snap into chip EV as soon as they go to the shortest stack.
Absolutely.
I really respect Brandon's game in general. Like,
I'd say loose open, but fine.
gets it through.
Very favourable.
It's alright.
Yeah.
No.
Finds
It's
favourable.
King 7 off.
It's a magic hand.
Tom was telling us about the superpowers of King 7
King
off
7
earlier.
off.
Oh.
The rejam.
I didn't realise I was going against the conversation. Sorry, my bad.
It's magic.
Found the 833 and like obviously Keith when everyone's defending tighter. You know the big blind generally can't have flop trips on the paired 3, but like in an ICM scenario you're going to be really struggling. So
Yeah.
becomes pretty overwhelmingly good for the button. Just
My order is on the way. Let's go. Boy Jonas.
I just can't believe it's been 2 hours since.
It goes quick, doesn't it? No.
You busted, Andy. I got it here at 19:38. So yeah,
Almost,
coming up to 2 hours ago.
Especially in this structure and clock. It's not. I mean, the main event's like a slower clock and a little bit deeper average, but like now it's kind of shallow.
I always find it funny after FTs like this how little everything entertains me afterwards. Like I'll go home and like sit on my laptop and it's so much more boring than usual because I've just been cranked up with adrenaline. You know, like the FT. You know, we live for final tables, right? And after you bust it, it's like such an adrenaline dump that everything else just feels kind of boring and you just want to get playing again almost because like you just it's like chasing a high, really.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like,
It's just dopamine, isn't it?
yeah, you're just chasing that dopamine rush again. Like you're just like coming down from that dope and your brain's like, I'm so bored with whatever you're doing, let's go grind again. Like,
It was kind of weird when I busted 9 because like a bunch of people were asking, "Are you going to hop in the main with 40 bigs tonight?" And I was like, "I think I'd just rather play tomorrow deep and then just get after it over the 2 fights."
I think that's like
Resets
very
were-
clear choice to me. But
Yeah, that was kind of my personal.
if I
viewpoint,
busted
just
the
chill
way
out for
you
the
did,
evening.
I wouldn't have wanted to play anything tonight.
I would have been pretty content doing it, but like I kind of felt within myself, I'd rather just. I just enjoy playing deep stack poker. So, and you know, in tournaments often you don't get many situations where you do.
You were
you were
making
making
a tight fold.
ICM and just.
Yeah, because of Brandon's stack here. However,
I wouldn't have.
I
hated
may have
opening.
opened that because I
I
think
wouldn't
it
have
gets
hated it.
an insane amount of credit to start, and then on top of that, I think
You're opening into a great stack. to
people
open
just
into.
haven't been 3-betting like light
all.
at all. Yeah,
At all.
yeah.
It's a well-timed fold anyway from
Yeah.
you because George with ace queen behind.
Now this is what I was saying
Well,
about.
it's funny you say that, but like if you and opens under the gun 8-handed here and you have ace queen in the cutoff, it is weird.
Yeah,
It is
you're like, oh
Like-
god, he must have it. Like this is George
Like,
coming
do
in
I-
for
do I
a
wanna
massive
min
open.
3-bet?
yeah.
Do I want to?
especially
This is
with
what I
just
was,
committing
this is what I was
Brandon,
talking about earlier, where like we've got ace queen and like a lot of people will raise, but like your hand technically isn't good enough to really face rejams and call off comfortably. I think in this spot you might be, but like I would have just personally open shoved this one because there's a guy with only 6 big blinds in the big blind, and
Oh, Foggin is
here
leveraged.
comes the leverage. What we're talking about is he going to call off? If he finds a fold here, then it's really. I'm not sure even. I don't know about this jam from Foggin, to be honest. But we'll find out if either it's an unbelievably good jam or not a good jam. Like there's no in between. This is
I like the jam.
this is printing or he's 3x. So some people live when they 3x like this, they just never fold. And some people they
I
just.
think he was just committing himself against Brandon. So I think he's going to be as wide as ace 10 off here, and like that's going to clear.
I think if he went like 2.5x, I would be way less scared than this 3x. And
Regardless
we'll
of the
see.
facts,
If,
Fogging's executing a
if
nice
George
strategy here.
if George folds, this is an absolutely brilliant play, and if he decides to call off, then
I think he's going to fold.
I think it. When you put in 180, I think it might be a call.
I think I might flick it. I think you're supposed to maybe. I don't even know what you're supposed to. I think the answer comes back to what you. We circle all the way back to what you said in the first place. We have hands that just like to open jam here and accept their fate. And this is exactly what Ace Queen off. It just feels like it's in that region. You can kind of like when
it's such a good hand that you want to induce people, but at the same time you just really can't afford to induce people. You win 150k when you win the pot.
I think when you've done a bunch of study, like you can kind of start to like, it's kind of, people always talk about they play with their intuition or they've got all these like GTO nerds that do their thing, but once you've like looked at enough charts, you've never looked at every single chart for every single unique situation ever. That's just not realistic in any way, shape or form. But you start to build like an educated little intuition where you're like, Ace Queen here, I can't really raise call it, so I'm going to feel like the chart will say I should shove it. So I'm just going to shove it and then maybe I'll look at it afterwards, but I feel like that's what's going on.
You just understand where the context of your hand is in terms of like your range and like which hands are clearly strong enough to induce and which aren't. Like, and even, he's called it, even with 20 bigs here, you could just open shove when Brandon's this short.
Absolutely.
But that's getting close to the line where maybe you want to induce. It's very weird. Anyway, George has found the call.
I think that's well put from Mike in the chart.
What's Mike said? Chart is like a calculator. You've got to learn yourself to get how to get the process. I agree. It's not all about memorizing each chart. It's about working out the sort of why it gets to that result. And then once you start to understand why it's getting these results, then you don't need to look at the chart necessarily. You can kind of, like you said, intuition your way to getting the right answer.
It's like an educated intuition.
Exactly.
So George doubles up through Foggin, fades the 8 up to 2.1 million. That's going to put him near the top, just behind Twan.
Yeah, pretty massive shift.
Yeah.
Cheers,
I think
Luke.
George is just kind of talking at the table, just like didn't really know what he's doing. It's like it's pretty clear, like it was difficult. He's on 4 bigs after paying the 2.
Yeah. Miserable existence.
And it's not like that. It's like you've also just got 4 people in the same vicinity as you, and the 26 isn't far away. I mean, 34 isn't far. No one's far away, you know.
No.
Yeah. It's
Cheers, Luke in the chat. I will hands down always say that Jan Tower are my favourite commentators, but I love this dynamic of listening to certain regs in the booth talking strategy, good insight and different perspective on certain players and spots that we wouldn't have had. Keep up the good work, gents. Really enjoying this.
We're off.
Thanks,
Good luck,
Luke.
Luke. Good luck, Luke.
Yeah, me and Tower,
That's the end.
we're going dog and duck.
that's it.
Can you comment?
Matt, you know how you pushed it? You raised and you pushed. I had ace queen there.
Yeah, they square.
I know you cannot do that with ace king.
What you done, Luke? They've all left me. They've all gone.
Ace king.
You put that in the chat, they all disappear. Tom Hall's just gone to pick up his food. Andy Wilson's just popped to the loo. Tower, I don't know where he is, so you got me for one hand. Oh, here he is.
What's that? Tidying up.
Tidying up.
Well, I'm just changing my shoes because we're off to Hacienda.
Hacienda.
These two are taking over.
It's so
What
great.
happened? What did you do?
Great for
You must have
everyone,
said
though.
something.
Tom's gone to get his food, Andy's just nipped to the loo, so they'll both be back.
I see.
But as I say, for you,
said something.
for everyone at home, it's such a treat to get to minds like this in the booth. Both like combine millions and millions of earnings and just sort of listening and trying to apply what they say and getting the understanding of why they're saying it. It's just going to improve your game fourfold.
Yep. Jay always says when Andy Wilson comes into the chat, if you want to rewind it and watch it at your leisure, you'll learn a lot about the game.
Appreciate the kind words.
It's a true thing.
So you in here, 7-8 of clubs facing Foggins, button open.
Wow, I love it. He thinks that Mark is opening too wide here, considering Brandon's stack.
Yeah.
And I think considering Brandon has 4 bigs, right?
Yep.
I think Mark potentially should just open shove. It's weird. He actually has the kind of hand that's okay raised. Ewan's playing on the fact that he's probably going to be too loose with like Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, Queen Jack offsuit. Gets called by Ace King and he's doing fine.
Well played, Ewan.
Lovely shove, yeah.
Back up to 1.3, and that's lines at 60.
Recognising, like, Brandon with 3 bigs, how tight Foggy's got to pull off and how wide he's been opening. Makes sense.
It's one of those where it's like Ewan, you'll see him like open fold a hand that you'd be like, whoa, he's just open folded King Queen EP. But then he's recognising when people might be getting a little bit, they might be a little bit too loose late position, and then just punishes with like a hand class that people won't even consider doing because, oh, it's a very pretty looking hand that can just take a flop. But there are other avenues in which to win pots. Which is
He goes from a dominated spot to taking the pot without seeing a flop.
exactly that.
Did he actually end the shutdown 30 years ago? Did he? No way.
I remember you went there for your 30th, didn't you? Was it your 30th you went there, Tower?
Swan opening ace 10. It's one of those hands, if he was more of the middling stacks, he'd probably be very happy to let it go, but as the chip leader, he now has almost like the right to drive the action, and this hand is very well.
Just always call here for George, Andy. Is there ever any where that we free bet?
I would fold.
We just fold.
I would fold. I didn't think he was ever going to fold, but I think fold is. If you put it into a calculator of him, I'm like 95% confident. Just because you're not interested in playing against the only guy that covers you at the table, with now multiple stacks really in the zone, and you don't actually have anything. You don't have any blockers to like good hands like Broadway pairs, like Broadway suited. Like you don't have anything going on. The one saving grace is we are playing against essentially the wildest man at the table. But we are calling +2 with so many people left to act. I think if you get to the button, you can probably get away with it. I would really like to see much of it. I think it would be great. Or like half stack or something. I think these two are too loose.
Does Matt raise?
So what I would really like would be him to put in half his stack, and when like all the money goes in from the other two, you just fold, and then you just get it in against one person. He's going to think about it here. I think he recognises that it's kind of the hand class. It's weird. I don't think you get called enough. I don't think George actually has hands, like enough hands to call your jam. Like I think he just folds 9 to for sure. And then Twan's just chip leader. He's Twan, so you run into it there. It's nothing. Needs on call.
He needs to call, does Matt Davenport and C9.
This is going to be a really important call for like the rest of the set.
Jack 8, 5, 2 clubs. So Matt.
George still out in front with the 9 to act on their position as well. Ace 10, ace of clubs for Twan.
I can see this going like bet, C-bet call and Matt fold. It seems pretty reasonable. Twan's going to have to continue this hand in some capacity, whether that be check raising, check calling, or as a chip leader, usually just want to take the prerogative and just kind of throw the bets out yourself. He has checked. I think we'll probably just see a turn now. I think George is already in dicey waters, and recognises that, and is just going to take the turn.
4 of diamonds is the turn. As it's checked.
We'll check for sure. Doesn't have great removal bluffing. Once he wraps around the lower cards, just blocks what both of these guys have. I think I'd still like to see ace 10 bluff.
Choosing 2.
Hand just, I think what's one's the hand just doesn't have enough showdown here, but you've just got the key card to like block strong, like a portion of a strong range that continues.
What's the players George here with the 9s now? Once checked to us twice, and very likely we have the best hand. Just always bet on the turn.
I think if you were playing against very tough opponents, this would be very exploitable. Just because the big blind will have delay check raise, and even like I think Twan has like not even the worst reasons to like delay check raise this hand. But I think betting and maybe folding check raise is okay anyway. you're always just kind of like a brain solving these spots. It's not really. I think matchup always fault. I think ranges are just too strong.
Agreed.
If it's just like a hijack cut off big blind affair, then this is very different for ace queen, and I think that's the thing that you know has to be recognised.
I don't think we ever get here in that dynamic with ace queen though, as Matt, because then it's more inclined to just 7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Did he check? No. He's thinking he's got his best unpaired hand, and Twan will fold something if he calls.
Yes.
Oh, he's going to check raise.
Raising boots on that Devonport. Very nice indeed.
So found a way to get the max with the ace queen that hand.
Up to 2 mil and 33 bigs, Matt.
And that was the issue that I highlighted with George betting the turn. There's a lot of, like, you know, when people are always like, oh, you might have the best hand, over 9s, you just like get some value moving in 1 street, 1.5 streets, 2 streets. But then if you open yourself up, once you've checked back that flop, that's a critical point in the hand that's been played. You've checked back the flop instead of like using your options to bet. Then you've kind of limited yourself in the strongest hand you can have. And once that's the case, you've got to proceed on the turn with some caution. And Matt's just kind of finished that.
It's so expensive, guys.
It's one of those for Hammer. I don't enjoy the hand selection much just because you block the broadways of all these. But if I had like a cut shot, I think it's like amazingly good.
Into chip leader, big blind as well.
Yeah, I don't like this. We're still like 8-handed, and the stacks are just like, I mean, like if Brandon puts it in, you've got to call. Like, is there another 8 as well? Like, it's. I think George has to just respect the situation there and just fold a lot. I mean, we've seen Ewan exhibiting that very well. I mean, Ewan folded a hand significantly better than this, virtue of the same position. I don't think so, Needleman, because like George doesn't have enough strong hands in his range to start supporting just like lacing all the money in. I think the issue is like potentially we don't bet in the first. I think betting and folding is probably not even that bad, but like.
So we got a donk from Twan on 8-7-3.
I actually think this is pretty good. I don't know if he's doing it for the right reason.
Well, earlier on, I've seen him donk twice today. One was Jack 6-3. He had Jack 6 for top 2, and another board was like 6-5 something, and he had nothing. He had just like 2 overcards, but it was a board that was good for his big. So he's actually very balanced in his donk leads. I recognise.
So like his lead over George is such that like yes, there's not like an offered straight. So usually when you're looking for leads, you're looking for like offered straights, like 6 high and below generally, and you can take it up to like 7 and 8 high against early position, but. Once you're leveraging the fact that you cover a guy by a lot and he's just opening all these suited broadways, you can just start leading the big blind on like these 9 high, 8 high boards and below. And it just kind of creates a real problem for the in-position player. It's like, yeah, you have king, queen suited backdoor, you have ace, queen offsuit. Like, let's play some poker. Let's say you start putting in 30% of your stack just to see a river. So you maybe make a pair and you still don't know exactly where you are. It's kind of a cool concept. It gets like amplified in these final table scenarios when you're covered.
Falling round to Matt on the button. Raises pretty standard.
John Roberts in the chat. What happened to the guy in seat 1? He had loads of chips. Welcome back, John. The guy in seat 1 is right here. Here he is. Joe, he enjoys doing commentary so much, he torched off his stack for us. And he joined us in the booth.
In fact, I'm the only person that's still busted this final table.
Still? Yep.
Yeah. Which is... This is going to be 9 hours. It's going to be close to 2 hours.
Over.
This is going to be like a record for a singular bust.
2 hours.
That's like,
2 hours, 10 minutes now, right?
We had a situation in the GUKPT about 10 years ago in London where they lost a 9th player really early. They played for about 3 hours 800, and then they chopped it.
What's
was that
the
Martin
biggest chop?
Martin Hoggerty, yeah.
And what's insane is because like this is a shorter clock as well.
Yes, it is.
So this is effectively you're effectively on the same level of size like right now, which is insane.
This is harder to do.
And that's why we have this situation that's arisen that like people are just so short and like you have to really watch where they beep it.
Yeah.
So Brandon's going to take King 7 here because he's got like a couple of hands left.
Now then, Ewan.
I think I would like call and fold to action. We need to develop this range and then just have aces and kings.
He makes the call, does Ewan, with the ace jack. Brandon Shields is going to be at risk.
I think if Ewan has a hand like ace king, you can probably just shove ace queen. Action fold. I think Matt might call it. You still got action behind you, chip leader behind you.
Sixes for Turk in the small.
I think he'll complete. This is weird. This is weird. Yeah, this is a weird spot for him. He completes.
So Brandon.
George will just fold a lot of nonsense like this.
Brandon, the king's going to be folded here from George. So
What's
Brandon's
kind of nice
gonna be in
about the
worse
George spot is like he's getting a great price and like no one's really going to bluff into the dry side much, but like at the same time this hand is just kind of in really bad shape.
Yeah.
You'd rather just have 6-5 suited, 5-4 suited. At that point,
yeah.
I think you take your price.
Brandon's in bad shape with folding a king from George.
One king left. Can still find a 7 though, but
Free equity is still very reasonable,
Oh, the king.
especially on
the
the
K's
king, jack 9. You and best shots. You and
check.
snap check back.
Yeah. Should do again. Check, check. And that'll do it. Treble up for Brandon. Oh, he snap turned over king 7.
Yeah, once it's gone, check 3 times if the king's just any better hand would have bet.
Yeah. So there we go. A full treble for Brandon up to 765 with the blinds at 60.
One of those fun scenarios for Brandon once he's put the money in and he's gone like multi-way. Like, oh god, I've got king 7 off. This is not great. But then you just see like such passive play between the players post flop that you're like, okay, and I just need to fade some 4 straight or 3 flush or paired board. That's not the case. We're in business.
get Bowie drunk again. He plays better drunk. He done comms drunk for us at the Goliath a couple of years ago. I remember that. I remember I spoke to you. You must remember that.
Yeah,
Steve,
that
the
was.
Goliath. You were absolutely smashing. You were
it was
so.
like 2.5 years ago, 2021 or something.
You were so smashed that the next day I remember speaking to my mum on the phone and she was like, "That young lad that was in the booth with you last night." She goes, "Was he feeling all right? He didn't look very well." I was like, "Mum, he was just smashed out of his face."
You don't look very well after 6 star prom.
No. That's the problem with the Starro, yeah, it's not ideal.
I'll never forget that.
It'd been my first event in a while, and it was just a great, because obviously it was the end of COVID too, and it was just kind of nice, wasn't it? Like, vibes kind of back. 10 lives. Honda, I can't see how he would ever. Oh! My goodness! I did not expect this.
Yeah, I definitely got ahead of myself.
Right. Good. It's interesting because if I was going to get after it, I would take like a lower suited king or like an ace. Ooh, and now I'm not taking.
Send it. Yeah, sends it all.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised I'm not making this. I don't really see.
Yeah, I don't understand how you got this.
I mean, I'm sure he had his reasons.
Well, there's no thinking about it. He just snapped forward.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
I know. I get ahead every time.
So just going for a bit. Do you think anything to do with being George's big blind and maybe feels like he's got a good read on situation in pots with George? We saw the ace queen check raise, maybe something to do with it.
Might be in that way. Really.
Especially with chip leader direct left seems a bit outrageous. No Matt, always capable of getting after it.
If I was pushing just nothing, then I can understand.
Isn't George getting a great price? Yeah, but this, the problem is with King 9 is that like the hands that the people have called before, like are shaped in a very particular way that they kind of just have you beaten a lot. And if someone flops a strong top pair, they're going to start putting money in as well. It's not like it's going to be a dry side pot forever or every single time.
And the other thing, not Rob Adams, the 24% you see on the graphic is obviously with the hands in question. No idea about the hands out there. George Lake he dominated in 2 spots. On that particular situation, he wasn't, and the king would have been good or a 9 would have been good. That's why his equity was so high in that given situation. It's not that he's going to have 24% in every single spot when he goes open, well, all in, call. It was just his particular percentage on that occasion.
Yeah.
But let's say he's up against King 9 and like pocket 9s, he's just toast. And there we go.
No, you're all right. You want to come back in? Andy's heading towards the bar area.
Oh, you don't?
I'll sit for another hand and then be on my merry way, I think.
You will learn a lot from this guy, and it's always a pleasure to have him in the box. It really is. Rather than have him at the table, but
I was going to say I would rather be there too, but maybe we've got the main event to go.
Absolutely.
Yet, so don't worry about that.
Absolutely, it's always a pleasure.
I'll be here tomorrow firing. Absolutely.
Yeah, you'll have a chance to do that.
Still following the Bolton Wanderers.
Absolutely. I've got a season ticket now. Now I'm back living here.
Yeah.
Back living here. I've got going to every game basically.
Excellent.
So should be going up. We should be, but it might end up being a dogfight. It always is.
Tight. Derby County are on fire.
The EFL is always tough. Peterborough is starting to fall away a little bit there. They're dropping some points.
Yeah, get them out of here.
I'll give you any price you want on Bolton going up.
What? Any price?
Any price, and all I'll get is Tal to stick a quid in them every weekend for the next 8 to 10 weeks.
Does that mean we're sticking Bolton in Towers treble this weekend? Is that what you're saying?
If anyone
We have Northampton away tomorrow. Lovely.
Northampton away.
Northampton away.
If anyone can screw up your season, Tower can, trust me.
Towers curse.
Yeah, that's it. I think we're going to say goodbye to Barry. He joined us for a night. Are you coming back in, or are you just going to mooch about?
I'm going to go and socialise, have a mooch.
Get warm.
I might come back in. I mean, this might be going in 4 hours, so yeah.
You go to the bar to get warm.
That's it.
You come back in here and then it's
I'll see off this hand. It's Ewan's big blind. I have to do the honours, and then raise and take. So.
Pass the card to you or something.
Any action for Andy's final hand before he heads
And Keith's going to fold.
into the warm area. No,
Foggy.
Keith just hasn't been able
What's his
to.
hand? Yeah. Give us something. Oh. So Brandon's going to be all in the bunch.
Yeah, blind on blind.
Could be
Most
raise call.
Intricate spot. What we're looking at.
Everyone's just so short that it's just so sensitive. Oh, he's going to fold. I can't chance. 5-4 off. He's just going to open fold. It sucks. You hate it. You really hate it.
Checking his stack.
Praying to look at a king.
It's sick because he has so much fold equity even off his stack here. That even 5-4 suited is happy to shove against you and all. It's so sad that he has to fold. It's not like the spot if you're last. If you were last, then you don't get much
There's the
fold.
walk.
All right.
You and chose
And
King Jack.
that would not have been folding.
That would not have been folded.
That would not have
Andy,
been folding.
absolute pleasure. Much
Oh,
indeed.
it's a pleasure.
You're a top man.
Cheers, Andy. Gonna get Jabracada back in. Tom Hall.
Yeah, come back, Andy.
Well, it'll still be 8-handed probably in a few hours.
Yeah.
You'll still be the only elimination.
It's
of the
crazy,
round.
really, isn't it? That we're still 800.
It certainly is.
They've gone from big blind 25k up to 80k.
Average.
Now you can't just
Average stack 1.3 million.
you just can't do anything now, really. There's no flops.
Yeah, like asking me.
To be 8-handed 2.5 hours is
A rarity.
relatively unknown.
Yeah, it is a rarity.
It doesn't happen a lot. And it's not as if it's been boring. They're just
Let's give
the
a
distribution has gone round the tables, and it's been a great watch.
quick shout out to Shoryu Ramen in Manchester.
Nice one.
Good job, guys. Recommended.
Dennis says, what's your online name? Do you have more than one, or is it always
Yeah, I
been
got
Jabracada?
loads of different names
Have
on
you?
different sites. Yeah, Stars has always been Jabracada.
Yeah.
GG, I've gone for a few names, and then I got different ones on every site. Because you don't really want to be transparent necessarily on every site. My name on Stars is Jabracada, like abracadabra, but with a J in front, and then take off the last bit as well. Yeah, I made that when I was.
Where did it originate from?
I was playing Nurofen Capsule Racer, and that's a game on the computer on the. Well, back in the day when I was a youth, you used to play random flash games in the internet browser at school because you couldn't you can't get access to most of the stuff, so you just play what you can. And there was this stupid little game called Nurofen Capsule Racer, and you put your name in, and I was going to put Jabracadabra, and it didn't fit. It
Oh.
just said Jabracada, and that was it.
Okay.
That was it.
It was too long.
It was a great game, the old Nurofen Capsule Racer.
Manastro says, do you watch any sports?
I watch NBA. Used to play Bear Miniclip. Me too, mate. Back in the day. See, Miniclip is like a site, like a website for these games.
Right.
You know, like you play purely in your browser. You don't need a good computer. You go on the school computer on any of them, and you can
Sweet.
faff around. You know. I watch NBA. I don't watch any UK sports. And to be honest, I've barely been watching NBA in the past few weeks because Warriors have been so tragic. Like it's just a miserable existence. Like it really is. It's Keith gets one finally. Cowboys.
7 bigs for Brandon, 8 bigs for Foggin, 12 bigs, 12 bigs.
Anything can happen now.
Yeah. Second in chips is 20 bigs.
Yeah.
800 for 2.5 hours. That's
Yeah.
what
If
it
we go like 2 more levels and no one's busted, it's gonna be like a quick bloodbath.
Yeah.
Like logically, it can't go on 800 for another 2 hours. Really, it would be borderline impossible. Keith with the 10-8 of clubs, but you got to put it in the bin here. Sadly, my favourite hand. It's got to go in the bin. Foggin's taking a beating as well. Like it's really like the momentum has shifted around from everyone. It feels like, you know, like nearly everyone's had a turn except for Brandon.
Yeah.
Being like big stack. Ewan probably gonna raise here. Turk's big blind could shove as well profitably. Let's see what he does. I think I like a raise slightly more. Yeah, it looks like he's raising none of them. Yeah, I like it. I think this is the correct play. Well, it's going to be 160 or 175, so good fold from Matt for sure. He's going to get this one through. Mad Turk does like a defend, but I don't think he's going to defend 60. Yeah, I don't think he's going to, even Turk's going to fold 60. Yeah.
Go on.
Every pot is massive now, 200k. Look how much impact that has on like you and stack. You know, every pot you steal pre is just massive at the moment. Which is why shoving is so powerful, because you don't need to play these post-flop hand, picking up 200 on its own.
You don't have fold equity.
Some people sometimes people say to me like, why do you shove so much? And
You have enough chips to make the other person fold.
it's a common misconception that
I have
like
10 million, right?
shoving isn't always high variance. Just because you're pushing all in doesn't mean that that's the riskiest move. It could actually be the least risky move, because you don't open the door to all these hands looking, you know, flopping middle pair or whatever it may be. You close the door on them, giving you action, and sometimes it's actually the lowest variance move, because you just shove and they fold 92% of their hands.
The more than the lands that might 3-bet.
Yeah, and you just pick up 200,000. Matt's coming in with King 10 suited. Gonna get it through. Just very little flops at this point. It's just,
Absolutely, yeah, that's
just
the way it's got.
it's honestly not the most fun brand of poker, but it's one of the most interesting, I think, because it's very hard to do anything. And excuse me. One person can win, have a good orbit, and suddenly they're the chip leader, and they like now you can start rampaging because there's 200k in every pot. So look at the old chap.
You know, still on 8.
Miniclip was one of the OG in school until they managed to block it. Exactly. Like,
They spoil all the fun.
that's how they do it.
You
Like,
went to school for fun and they stopped it.
But that's why you don't go on the mainstream ones, you know? You go on the non-mainstream ones. I play mostly on GG now, Dennis, to be honest. GG's just got the most action online right now. Stars is cool, but it's pretty withered, honestly, in comparison to the good old days. Nothing's happened when you were gone,
That's what we like to hear.
but
The silver
you've
pigeon.
bought the Silver Pigeon, a monster hand, so we're grateful.
Yes, king off. Oh, Keith.
Can you raise non-all-in
11
here, I
bigs.
wonder? I don't think so, but maybe you could. I think I would just shove as well, but I would be tempted to make it 220k.
What would be our hands to counteract that? Just like some ace deuce off, king deuce off.
No, I'm just all in with ace 2 off. Probably more like king 3 or like just more polar than that. Like even like jack 6 off, for example, might be a good candidate. Like Bowie was saying earlier about the 9 deuce, that's a great one because they're quite polarized with their limp. Usually they would shove a lot of the hands that are pretty good, so you can take out the bottom and the top and assume that they've only got the best and the worst sort of hands. Brandon's found it. This is a dream for Brandon because like he's about to put in 160 and you're just praying to find a hand. And he's found the ace jack. He's got it through the pigeon and he's going to get it through the fog machine. Foggin's taking a beating, to be honest. But
Down to 6 bigs.
sometimes you just get no hands for like a few orbits on the FT when it's so expensive, and before you know it, you're at the bottom of the pack.
Still on 8.
Yep, still on 8.
Nearly 3 hours since Andy Wilson departed.
On a 40-minute clock as well. It's not
Yeah,
even
that's
like-
what we're saying, yeah. That was a different variant to the 8-weight shot we had at the GUKPT 10 years ago. That was a 60-minute clock. That's even harder to do at 40
Yeah.
minutes.
8-way chop.
Yeah.
Oh, Twan!
Would you just open shove there, Tom? Is 12
I don't think I would, but you could.
Is it a thing? 15 effective behind?
Is it
and
15
we-
effective?
yeah,
Is that what it is? I'm
we've got
I'm all in then.
Jack 9
I'm
suited.
just all in. I'm way too all in happy. I say this a lot, but like, good luck calling ace jack. You know?
Yeah.
Good luck calling with pocket 8s. So you just win. You know? And you've got jack 9 suited, even if they call.
Yeah, still equity.
You've got a good,
fair and okay.
let's say,
Give him ace king.
37% equity maybe on average. It's a great hand, Jack. I mean, you can't. I'm pretty shocked he
Yeah,
folded.
George was the effective stack that hand, so I thought maybe Tom could just open shove the Jack.
You
9
definitely
suited.
could. You definitely could. Yeah. I struggle when I can't see all the stacks on the screen
Yeah.
like all the time.
Like online,
you know?
when you
Yeah.
can just
Like
see it.
that's yeah. And when it's a 20-second clock pre, is it 30 on this now on the FT, or is it still
Yeah.
20?
It should be 30, actually.
Yeah, last time it was 30,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't do it.
Maybe that could be a new groundbreaking thing on live poker. We have like a little digital screen with a
Oh
chip
god,
cam.
that would be the dream. No, but that like a little tiny
screen
digital
with it.
readout of that would be a dream.
30 seconds pre on the final turn.
And with the shot clocks now, it would help a lot. It would make you feel more comfortable in terms of. See, I think Jack 9 suited would have been better open than this, but I still like the open. You're supposed to be rampaging as Twan here with his stack. We haven't seen a lot of resistance either. We've not really seen that much like rejamming. Oh, fog's it. I think it's a good fold. It's just super depressing to have to fold that. But that's why Twan gets to raise so much. Because what are they going to do? Right. Even now, look, you said about effective stacks. Matt is the only stack that can really damage him. So every time Matt folds, he's got free reign to just go completely wild. Not sure if I'm a fan of this, but it's probably fine. It might be good. Again, I need to see all the stacks. Is Ewan the shortest? No, he's
No,
like
he's not.
third
He's third from
shortest.
bottom. You've got
Yeah.
Foggy and you've got Brandon. He has
It's probably still fine, cool, actually.
Club's turn.
and I'm going to be so suspicious once Tom checks back this flop as you heard as chip leader with the ace high.
I mean, I don't know if I would bet any hand here.
so
Just
I'm-
check everything.
Yeah,
right?
but I think I'm just check folding now to the
Yeah.
VC bet 100% of the time.
Even with a jack, I'd be like, you know, what sort of hands is he checking back and then bluffing with? Like tens, like turning it into a bluff, king 10 that he decided not to see bet the flop with for some reason.
Goes for 250.
Big bet, but actually very reasonable given the situation, sizing.
I've copyrighted it, Dan. It's mine. If anyone uses it, I'm going to claim it. A little box displaying the number
Well, in
of
the same
big
way
blinds.
that the card shufflers are completely what's the word monopolized. Yeah, they've got control, haven't they? They bought the rights to all of the shuffling machines in the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something like that. Every single shuffling machine, you have to go through this one company, and they get like X percentage of all sales just by having the rights. Genius move. Like, pays for their children's children, literally.
And the rest.
Are they going to like come up with a new system like that's better than a shuffling machine? No, it's not really. Can't really happen. Twat. Ace king now.
Yes, king for Twan. We're under the gun.
Yeah, I've got to say the Triton app is absolutely brilliant. And actually, if you're a Triton player, you get an actual, even better version of the app, where it's live stacks rather than updated stacks.
How do they keep on
I
top
don't,
of that?
because there's cameras top down on every
okay.
table, so there's someone else doing the inputs on every single table. And for example, 2 tables left with 12 paid, you're allowed to get your phone on the feature, for example, and check what the stacks are at the other table, and that's breaking kind of. Great.
That's his running round when he's close to the money and just looking down.
First v second. Is Matt going to call here? I doubt it. I mean, I think I'm just all in. This is a massive flip. I wouldn't be crazily shocked if he flattered, but I think he's flattered.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's flattered a lot today, Matt.
He realises the dynamic. It's first against second, and like you don't want to put yourself in a flip at best when you shove it. But I think I would have ripped. I don't know. Like I think tens is a whole different world to jacks, for example.
Check flop 7 of hearts on the turn. Seems like we've got the green light to put some chips in as Matt.
Excuse me. And you could go kind of big here as well. I'm not sure if it's very balanced, but I would be very confident in my hand strength now in terms of like he's not checking back. What was he? Ace 4? Is that like a possible check back that he could have us beat with? Can't really think of anything else. Sevens is betting the flop usually, you know. Should be pretty comfortable here. Using a time bank. Well, definitely worthy of a time bank. This spot. Big bet. Well, big-ish. I like it.
60% off.
Yeah.
Just sat there.
Plan's calling, surely. You never know. You never know.
If it was anybody else but Twan, would Matt have jammed pre?
Yeah.
Because the stacks and...
Yeah, because everyone else has less than Matt, and therefore it's a lot less. It's a lot less risk for Matt if he shoves on anyone else.
Would have been one card away from a double.
It's the one guy who can bust him, you know, and busting an 8th when his stack is probably worth 23 grand or 22. No, that's probably an exaggeration. Maybe like 18 grand. Yeah, pretty flat. So.
Going back to the stacks and the digital screen, there must be with technology these days, you say try and have the cameras looking down the table, there must be some technology you could input into a camera that can see the stack itself and then input it into a system
Yeah, but
in
how,
live
you
time.
get, how is the camera going to see every angle? Like,
Should it be one of them like ones that
top down?
Yeah,
see,
that spins round, have different cameras.
But then
different
how?
angles.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot.
Yeah,
a
it's
lot of
I'm not PK.
no, I think it's possible, but it's like a lot of screen scraping, and that's when you like take you're like taking pixels off the screen for the computer to read what is happening, right? So streamers use screen scraping sometimes where they have to use like a third-party system to. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I'm not explaining it well. But,
That's fine.
It takes a lot of processing power, screen scraping, and if you had 4 cameras reading chips from every angle, I think you need, firstly, a bloody good system, and then secondly, it might be very expensive, I don't really know. But it is theoretically possible, I think. And maybe 20 years from now, you know, these things will be very cheap, possibly. Keith, get one through. Silver Pigeon, we don't get to see his hands. But he's back to 1.3 is the Silver Pigeon.
16 bigs and 13 chips.
Yep, it's a disgusting game, isn't it? It really is. Your favourite comp to play online these days versus the Stars 2230 Cubed 2013 days, which do you prefer? I mean, I prefer the 2014 days because the fields were way bigger. The poker was way bigger online in general, I think. Stars especially.
The reward system was much better.
Yeah, the reward system was much better. There was no PKOs. What a dream that was. You know, that was a way better time when there was no PKOs. Like, PKOs have ruined poker, I think, in a lot of ways. I understand why certain people push for PKOs because it's harder to cheat, for example, and you know, it's also it is a fun format for amateur play. Oh wow, twat! Brandon's gonna be like thinking he's dead here.
Twan, he's 4 suited.
Twan's a gambling man. Turk looks like he's got something.
Oh, he's got something, all right.
Oi, oi, oi.
Ace
What's
king.
happened there?
Twan's just torched off 565k. It looks like.
Maybe more. 650 to win 2.4.
I mean, you know, I try not to be critical, but I don't like this one from Twan. Right.
He's just laid back and he's like, oh, what have I just
What
done?
have I done? Yeah. Oh my God, he's not going to do it. He's not going to compound the.
Call him with ace 4
I like this guy a lot, actually. He's very.
The smiles.
He's very nonchalant, isn't he? Like he's not really fussed at the end of the day.
Saying I've got the best of it.
Of course, he's got the best of it. And he like, I mean, so Twan's like, oh my God, what have I done? Like.
605.
Can't tell you how much.
Oh my God.
It's cold.
It's cold! Does it call with ace 4?
The price was too
You're
good
having
for
a
him.
laugh, man.
He
It's
couldn't
cold with ace
refuse.
4. The Turk slams them down, ace king. That'll do for me, says.
One time, hold up.
Big
So,
fave.
Could be going chip leader.
Let's all chop it.
We've got a big pot here, guys. And I wonder if all 3 players could survive here.
So we need basically Brandon to hit.
We need
an
Brandon to hit and Turk
and
to
the-
win the
yeah.
side. Yeah.
So the other 2 to whiff and Brandon to hit an 8.
Or a 3-way chop.
3-way chop.
That's not even that unlikely, the 3-way chop. Yeah, that could easily happen.
King! Hit your king!
Oh my God! There's the 8th. Yeah, like if Turk holds here.
What a flop.
Oh, he's done it!
Just dead
double
serve on the
elimination.
turn. What was you saying, Tom, about Twan?
Oh my Lord! He's found 4 hearts.
What a genius.
Good Lord! And everyone else, except for the Turk and Brandon, are loving it.
The Mad Turks just
Oh
said.
my God.
The Mad Turks just said. He says you're just a bad player. You just get lucky all the time. Oh, the Turk.
Well, we're 6-handed, boys.
Wow. Brandon 8th.
Wow.
Usul Mad Turk in 7th. Ace 4 of hearts. Flopping the nut flush. Turning them all dead.
Wow.
Wowzers.
Fogging, loving life. Yeah, definitely.
And now Twan should have
Good job.
heaps,
All the
right?
chips, yeah.
Heaps and heaps.
Twan just picked up an extra 1.8. So he should have nearly
Like
4.5,
4.7,
5, yeah.
4.7, 4.8 million.
And now, if I'm Twan, I am clicking that all in button absolutely relentlessly. Like,
Yeah, you can't fold when you call that.
I would like to see the stacks again, but I might just shove any two nearly every hand at this point. If unopened, I mean, obviously. If it folded to me, I might just shove like nearly everything. Look how everyone else is in the cage so hard except Matt. Well, Matt's in the cage too.
Wow, here we go again.
Oh my god.
Here we
The
go
silver
again.
pigeon!
Here we go.
This is huge for the pigeon as well. Like,
Just the leeway we put between us and third in chips if we hold here with the kings.
I hope they didn't hear me say silver pigeon. I said that quite loudly. I don't know, it might have. No, I've heard it before when I've been like, at the table and I've heard you two going, "Ah!"
10, 8, 6 flop.
Can the pigeon find a club
It
for
is-
safety?
Yeah, it is good. At the moment for Keith. Needs to fade one of the 3 live aces to double. And does.
Call for the barrel.
Go on, the pigeon. He's going for back-to-back high roller wins, like I said. Is the pigeon. It's not an easy task. It really isn't. Wow, it's all happening now.
It's what we've been waiting for, Tom.
Yeah, something.
We've been waiting for something
Yeah.
to happen.
And then kaboom. Twan. Twan's like, I've had enough, I can't take. I do not want to play eight-handed anymore, I can't. Look at that changing. That's like massively, like Twan was in like a stranglehold situation and now in one hand he's not in danger, of course, he's still chip leader, but if he loses a significant one to Matt or Keith now, he gives away the chip lead. Right. Before he could play pots against both of them and lose 500k and not like blink, you know. What do you think of Party Poker, Tom? Do you play there? Yeah, I play a little bit of Party, but to be honest, Party's just turned to nothing. There's nothing left on there. There's barely anything to play. Millions is gone. Millions doesn't even exist anymore, I don't think. So, you know, it's pretty annoying. But what can you do? You know, has there been any more Party Poker live tournaments? Live? I think they've kind of stopped. They're like shutting it down, it seems like.
That's a lot of chips.
I mean, maybe it's just Rob focusing more on Luxon. I don't know. You know, I don't know how much push Rob has on that, for example. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not grinding PPL certainly anymore. I'm done with leaderboards. I think GG is good for all buy-ins, though, frankly. Odd one in Ireland. Oh, okay, that's good. Low stakes party is good. Yeah, you're right. There is some decent low stakes stuff, like the mid to higher. I'm not even looking for like higher stuff, but like, for example, they got rid of the Sunday 1K. They have very little, for example, in terms of like 215 and up with a good guarantee now.
Here we go again. If Twan has a hand here, it's going to be 3 all in and calls in a row.
Well, Twan doesn't like to fold, I'll tell you that. So, oh, he's folding.
Snap fold.
Yeah. Nice one for George there. Big pickup. I mean, that's 360k he just picked up. He increased his stack by 33%. It's just ridiculous, really. Oh, Foggin needed a hand in that last one, to be honest. He's down. He's going to have crumbs after putting in these.
And after this hand, Tom, we're going to hit the 100k big blind level.
Beautiful.
So
Lovely,
that will
clean.
mean 110 BBs in play.
Shouldn't be much longer now. It'll be over before you know it. Who's going to win? The Silver Pigeon's going to win.
You called it as soon as you come in the booth. You said silver pigeon, back-to-back high rollers.
What can I say? I know the Silver Pigeon. He doesn't play. He doesn't play no games. He's a winner. He's our pigeon. What's a realistic ROI for a professional in live GUKPT tournament? I don't want to give too much away. I really don't know, honestly. It's hard to say.
Very hard question.
Somewhere in the 40 to 70%, hopefully. Maybe more realistically is like 25, but like I think a very good player could win 50% in the GUKPT for sure. Why he called pigeon? Look at him. He's a silver pigeon, mate. The grey hair millionaire. Why didn't you ask if he's why is he called the grey hair millionaire? That one's too obvious, I guess.
Ooh, hold on a second, Tom. What has Foggin got to do here with 8s and sub-5 bigs with this action in front of us?
Well, he knows Twan's opening really wide because he's just seen it.
Yeah, but
and now, oh god, this is grim.
I have no idea what I'd do here with 8s.
So does he have 100 in and 390 back?
He has 50 in and 490 back.
No, he doesn't have 50 in. He's big blind. He's put 100.
He's,
100.
oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, he has 100 in and 490 black.
490 is no, you're good. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. He's called it off. Fair enough. I mean, I think that's fine. I don't know the answer here. It's very difficult to say. I mean, you've got 5 big blinds and pocket 8s. Like, it's going to be insanely hard to fold. Like, expenses are killer. HBS, you're very, very right, and they go up every year as well. And your edge doesn't really go up. You know, so technically every year it gets harder to win just on a expenses level.
Very hard for Foggin to win here. Only has
just
one way out of it
to get out. Two snowmen. Tom, do you not like PokerStars now? I don't dislike them. Good game to the Foggin. I don't dislike them, I just want the glory days back, if you know what I mean. You always pine for the better days when things were just booming, and Stars Once Upon a Time was amazing. There was a point where I only used to play PokerStars. I didn't play any other sites. It had enough on there for me to play just PokerStars, you know? It used to be booming.
Good run from Mark Foggin, takes home 7,450.
Yep, just another casual final table for Foggin. He's grinding out the money as our Foggin.
And we've got 40 minutes to go until the next break.
I'm done in 40 minutes. For sure. So hopefully we see some more blood.
Who says you are?
Why is the paycheck?
You signed that cheque today and you said I'm here for the duration.
Did I? Well, you didn't send. Who was that? You didn't send money to earlier. If you sent him money earlier, it was
Gary Spinks.
Gary Spinks, yeah. Well, you didn't send Gary Spinks anyway. So.
Well done, Foggy.
Otaku Logan, GG Poker. I ran $0 up to 70.
Very nice.
Keep doing it, mate. Keep going.
How'd you do that?
Free rolls, mate.
0 to 70.
That's how Chris Ferguson started, isn't he?
Yeah.
Apparently,
He's done that multiple times.
starts with 0, plays 3 rolls, works his way up through the stakes.
Wow.
It's a good learning process, but also it's not a good learning process because you're playing against such bad players that it's not really a real reflection of poker necessarily. You know, when you play in a game with no money on the line, where you put no money in, there's nothing to make you make good decisions, right? And so everyone treats it like it's nothing, and it's not a true reflection of poker. But, you know, it's a good way in as well. That used to be more of a common story, I feel like, the free roll sort of spin up than nowadays. 20 folded it. George got a fairly clear open here.
Yeah, nice little seat here for George as well. We've got Twan sat on our direct right and Matt 2 to our right. So we do get to do a lot of more opening.
I believe he covers everyone except for Keith. Behind him, I mean, obviously not Twan. Gets it through instantly. He does have everyone covered except Keith. Now he's got the same stack as Keith, basically. Anything can happen from here.
Can indeed.
Yeah.
It can. UK Poker Room. Oh, look at that. That's a. What's it called with them for?
Whoa.
kind of look.
That was
Wow.
that was actually the still frame from when Twan put it in with the Ace-4 suit.
I was just going to show you the UK Poker Open fixture list.
I look
Because
concerned and scared.
that is a full schedule of the UK Open.
The UK Poker Open is going to be massive.
Yeah, it was last year.
The main's going to be massive.
Yeah, and before that, first week, satellite week, plus the Mystery Bounty as well. So plenty to get your teeth into. Look forward to seeing everybody in Coventry.
Make sure if you want to stay at the Hilton on the venue, there's a hotel right by the casino, and you really got to book in advance because that sells out quick. And like, there's so many times I'm in Coventry and wish I was staying in that hotel for the convenience.
Yeah.
Like you can't put a value on convenience sometimes, and when you play in poker all day every day, that extra 10 minutes on your own sometimes, it can be massive.
I don't think I'd be able to do 10 days of comms if we weren't staying there, honestly.
No.
It's just like the hour, like sometimes go out for an hour, keep on the
And it's
dinner
so
break.
huge, like you
It's-
feel so, it's just so healthy.
Yeah.
Like if you were deep in the main event, we got a spicy one here. If you're deep in the main event in Vegas, it's probably worth booking a room in the Rio just to, not the Rio anymore, in Paris, to just go up on break and chill out, be able to go up on dinner break and not have to spend 30 minutes getting back to your own hotel, for example. Probably worth the $150 just for that break. Twan, this could be a big shift here because Twan, no, he's not done it. Fair enough.
Oh, but a Diamond River may entice him to bluff.
Not sure what we're going to see here. Not sure if we're going to see Matt check or bet to start. And then I'm not sure what Twan's going to do if he does check.
I think we're going to see check bet call, Tom.
I think block.
That's
Or lead fold.
Yeah, you could definitely fold if he raises here. Like, is he jammed instantly?
just jammed Twan! Twan is the man!
Wow, what a kill.
Just insta! Snap jams it in Matt's face!
And Matt is the sort of player who could definitely call here.
In the bin goes Matt Davenport, and this is going to be a lengthy decision.
And this is when the time banks really get brutal as well. Because let's say Matt's only got, I don't know how many he's got, we can't tell. Here we go, he's got 4. So he's got a total of 2 minutes to make the whole, this is for the whole tournament, really. Not for the whole tournament, but effectively it's for this is obviously the most important decision, and he's only got 2 minutes total to make it. And imagine if this was an amateur player. You know, an amateur player could not make a qualified decision here in 2 minutes, and that's why I don't really like the time banks in general. I just think it's bad for the amateurs personally.
Where do you think Twan starts shoving from here, Tom, in terms of hands we're going to shove river? Is it just flushes, or does he ever have a 4 you think that can check back turn?
No, I don't think he's got a 4.
So just flushes plus,
But
really?
he could have jack 4. I don't think he's just got a 4 on its own.
Yeah, maybe some 2 pairs, 4-6, but I think he's just going to start from flushes here, and obviously once it goes
What Matt
check,
needs to sniff out is would he even do this with a flush? Not in terms of him being scared, but would he like go 700k and not instantly, for example? Why, if he had a 10 high flush, would he just send it all in 0 seconds? Or would it be just a hand like Jack 4 or 6-4 maybe? And if Matt can come to the conclusion that he thinks, I don't think he would shove with a flush, I think he'd go smaller, so I think he's got a full house or a bluff.
blocking boats with the ace, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the ace isn't super relevant.
Ace,
You'd
yeah,
be
ace.
better off having a 6, to be honest, in that regard. But I think Matt could sniff this out. Twan is kind of a crazy type.
What, you think Twan just shoves ace 4 pre once Matt completes? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, I meant like... that's a good point. I just think... you're making a very good point. Ace 4 is definitely very real. Ace 4 is definitely real. Yeah, Ace, you're right. Ace does have some relevancy.
I'm done for the day. I've got the...
Yeah, you got the tick. You
Tom.
got the tick.
See you
You
later.
got a tick mark there. Here we go. Now this is the last 30 seconds. And really, you need another 5 minutes.
Yeah, you need a long time for this
it's
decision.
like think he's going to call.
And then the worst thing is as well, Tom. And then Matt's got no other time banks for the rest.
Yeah,
of
for the rest of the
FT.
table, and then it's really tough. It is really tough after that. I'm not
think
sure.
he
I don't know
folds.
if we could pause time here. I don't know which side I'd bet. I think
not
he's
happy.
folding. It's going to
He
show.
does go for fold, and Tuan just
Tuan.
slides it into the
Gang.
muck like a gangster.
Gangster.
Oh,
100k block bet. I'm all in.
If that's,
instantly.
if that's the mad tote there, he's out of his seat. He slammed the hand down on the middle of the table. He's done 2 laps of the card room. Tuan just so boss, just sits there cool as a cucumber. 5 deuce slides into the muck, and he's not even letting Matt know what he's got.
Gangster. Look how chill he is as well.
just wow.
Yuzu Yen. I've seen players doing multiple day ones on GG as all qualifying stats can be combined for day 2. Do you think it's worth doing this for mystery bounty tournaments, Tom? It's really debatable. I had this conversation with a friend like 2 days ago because there was a $210 GG one and it was $1 million mystery bounty was the biggest one. So you think to yourself, man, I need to have chips on day 2 in order to get a chance to win these bounties, right? But every time you bag up again, you've cost yourself instantly $210 because the min cash is 210, and when you bag up, you receive your min cash and you don't receive another cash. So technically, it's costing you $210 every time you bag up. So do I think it's worth it? Not really. I think personally, you should just not.
How many flights are there?
Oh, infinite.
Really?
Like hundreds sometimes.
Wow.
That one with $1 million was a 20 mil prize pool, so 10,000 runners. Yeah. And then that's going to be, 6 flights a day every day for 2 weeks at least.
Wow. And you can bag up multiple days.
You
day ones
can
and just add them
can
together.
add them together, yeah, but I don't recommend it, honestly.
Jeez.
Has Twang got any big cashes to his name? He plays quite a bit, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
Definitely. You've been on a FT or 2.
That's not him. It's just one E. I thought, but that's one E.
You know what? Yeah, you're gonna. It was a bluff, but there's reasons behind the bluff.
That's maybe a much. No, I don't think so. I don't know. I can't tell.
If you call, you deserve that. And if I folded, I deserve that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
this is him. This is him.
Yeah.
Because he was deep in.
No, he hasn't really got any big cashes, so good on him. I'm rooting for him now, actually. Oh, Ewan's going to be in trouble here.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Elimination pending unless Ewan can find one of the 5s.
Should have showed him the bluff. Honestly, Dave, it's more gangster not to show. Like it would be honestly well earned to show the bluff there, but a lot of these guys are going to watch it back as well, and then it's like even more gangster.
What a flop for Ewan.
Up and down.
Can we see a 9 of hearts?
5 and 9.
Chop outs.
Opportunities to the rise. Yeah.
Anything 4 through 9 that isn't a 7.
It's a
It's a
5.
5.
Scoop the lot.
Team Pro, Ewan McNicholas, fist bump.
It's destined. Is that what
Oh,
you're saying?
Matt Davenport's going to get a text soon, and it's not going to be good. It's going to be really, and he's going to have no time banks as well. It's going to be that'll be up in my head, I tell you.
You can pay me. I won't soon. You can pay me twice, and you still got loads.
It's a pretty big pay jump from 5th to 4th, actually. $5,000 for a flat, relative to the other pay jumps.
Go in and then you win. Great.
Maybe if I was Matt, I wouldn't even check my phone. I wouldn't want to know. Like, it would screw my head either way, I think. Twan told him it was a bluff. Yeah, he might have. I don't know. He's so lax, isn't he?
Look, just sitting there.
Yeah.
Just the coolest
Yeah,
bloke
and then
in
you
the
look
room.
at his Hendon mob, and he's like, biggest cash is 3K, was
Yeah,
it?
3-4K.
Good on him, man. You love to see it. Like, you really do. You love to see the people with less cashes win, because not only is it good for the game, it's just reassuring to everyone out there that, like, you don't need to be experience to win a tournament. Like there was like 60 professionals in this tournament, maybe out of 100, and like Twan's got like 10k cashes to his name, and he's chip leader and he's bossing it as well. Like you just gotta. The main thing is to be relaxed, you know. Like as soon as you let it get to your head and start thinking about the money / the pay jumps or the positions or like not making the final table with 2 tables left, for example, you're putting like a mental handicap on yourself almost. That's something I struggled with for a long time.
How did you overcome that, Tom?
Running good and like starting to win.
That's it, guys. All you got to do if you're having some problems, run good.
Get lucky.
Just keep going, and eventually, like something like good will happen. And like, for me, to be honest, like there was a turning point where one day I felt to myself, "Oh, maybe I am lucky."
Jack.
Because for a long time I didn't consider myself lucky. I know that sounds silly, but like I never really had like a big title, so to speak, and I was surrounded by people who I felt like had more results than myself, for example. And shit, I've lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I don't even remember.
Are all the words now going into one?
That's it.
That is him.
That's it.
Found him.
160k. That makes more sense.
It's the same guy, but he's got some results.
He's got
he's got
two
two
handles,
names. Yeah,
right.
So that makes sense.
Okay.
He won UKIPT Blackpool last year for 53.
There we go. That makes sense because that would like line up with his casualness on this FT.
Yeah.
Like.
But he had a 6-year break. 2017, come second GUKPT Manchester main event.
Yeah, that was
Didn't
a run.
play for 6 years. Now he's back, causing carnage
he's
in
back
Manchester.
already.
Well, he's lost this one to Matt
And
Davenport.
Matt Davenport has made a flush here. He had the board on absolute lock.
Yep.
Check
And
for
it's,
specialised.
he's not trapped him this time, I'll tell you that.
Did you? Matt whiffed over the cards there, but a bit strong.
He was sad.
He was sad he didn't get the
Yeah.
bluff that time when he had it.
Yeah.
But he kind of had it last time, to be fair. Someone mentioned in the chat, once we block for 100k on that river as Matt, do we not open ourselves up to...
Of course, but you don't expect the all-in.
Yeah.
You're expecting like 700k.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're blocking with the intention of calling 700, and then he slams it in for 3x the pot or whatever instantly. You're just not... That wasn't part of the calculation when Matt made it 100k.
Yeah.
You know? Tom was talking about a turning point. Oh yeah, that was it. Good lad. Who? Fred Blakely, legend. No, but seriously, that's what I needed. Fred Blakely. Can't even read. I got one day I woke up and I got an email from PokerStars and it said, "You have been credited with $23,000 due to someone else's dodginess." And I thought to myself, what the hell even is that? Someone must have been cheating me for years. And it turns out it was because
Did somebody win
someone
like the Sunday Million or something? Who was
they pulled it. That was the guy Gordon Vayo or someone.
Vayo?
No, he was VPNing Stars and he won something big and they pulled it from Gordon Vayo. I got this email, like I said, I got credited with $23,000. And I thought to myself, what the hell even is that? I thought someone had been cheating me for 10 years, for example, you know, and they played so much against me that it's... Because you get these emails quite a lot on Stars where it says, you've been credited with X because this player has been banned or removed and this is how much you deserve according to the monies that have been taken from all the players. And so I thought the only reason that could be was because of that. But it turns out that someone was playing on someone else's account in a PLO FT and they disqualified him from first place 100k and I made a ladder from third to second because of his disqualification. And that day I woke up and I looked at that email and I thought, wow, I'm so lucky. Like, I'm so lucky. Like, Twan.
3 bets to
It's gonna
500,000.
he might free bet call, you know?
There's a triangle.
You never know, he might do it.
Not this one, surely.
I mean,
not
the
this
ace
one.
4 suited would be worse than this.
Not for the price. He's getting over 4
No,
to 1
this is
with
worse. I
ace 4
think
suited.
this would definitely be a better call than the other one. I think. The one against Turk,
Not
he
even-
put in,
what,
he
not-
put in 650 and then had another 700 to call, I thought. or
No,
something.
he had 650 to win 2.4 mil.
But it was
against,
three-way, and he's way more dead than in this spot. He might call.
I don't think he calls this one. He's a man of price, and now he's getting
Tom, have you been drinking now?
2.5 to 1. Oh, he's called.
He
Tom's
has
called it on the money, and Ewan, who was basically out the door with
Keith's
5
come back to the-
BBs.
Well,
Keith's
more,
come back to the table. So what for me?
more Twan, if he loses his hand, is going to be the short stack, and he had 4.9 million.
I don't think it's Tom. You should ask if he's been drinking, Dave. It should be the man in seat 1.
Well, it's not over yet. There's 2 clubs out there and straight possibilities.
Not like
It's
this.
not a smooth flop. I'm kind of nervous.
Well, that is a smooth turn.
Yeah.
Just fading the Barry on the river.
It's a jack, the clubs, you and
Swan.
Nicholas. It's a huge double.
Yeah.
And chip lead.
Jesus, chip leader from that. What a life. After I got that free PLO money, I was like, I just felt way more mentally free than I'd felt in a long time.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the positives rather than the negatives. I've always been a very negative person, honestly, from kind of up till Corona. And then Corona helped me shift my perspective to stop focusing on all the negative and start focusing on what you can do. And then I started looking in the mirror as well and thinking I need to get better at the game to catch up with it all was a one thing rolling into another. That positive mindset led me to think differently, which led me to to get the ball rolling in terms of just making better decisions deep in tournaments. Right. And also obviously it helps the more times the harder the run is up till that point, the more experience you've got of hardship, and therefore the easier it's going to be next time for when it's tough again, But saying that, I bubbled this tournament today and I'm not happy about it.
Brought the
3
the
bullets,
chat box to
5
life.
grand. Right.
Everyone's
Yeah, only cost me
loving.
5
Everyone's
bags.
loving you being here. You've
Yeah,
obviously had a.
No, mate, I'm a beacon of shining white light now. I'm a positive man.
He's eaten. That's what it is.
I've eaten. That's true. Yeah, that is true.
It's the big thing.
I can just be quite pessimistic, and it's I'm very realistic as well. But now I just look at the positives things more. I get to the final table, I'm grateful to just be there. I'm not even thinking necessarily about winning. I'm just thinking, wow, I'm lucky to be here. Let's see what happens. Keith, the silver pigeon, has woken up with ace king of clubs and gets it through.
Absolutely. Or just run like Ewan. He's been all in 5 times.
Run
today
like
and
Team
he's
Pro.
He was behind,
That's the
he was
old-
behind
that's the
4
thing.
times.
If you guys in the chat want to be a poker wizard on the GUKPT, all you need to do is get signed by GUKPT by Grosvenor, and then you can run like Matt Davenport or Ewan McNicholas.
Yeah, you don't need to be in front. Ewan's only been in front once. When the cards go on the backs.
You don't need to be. Not playing the main, Tom? Sadly not. I'm unable to play the main. It's on Mick. My meetup's on Saturday, actually. If it was on Sunday, I may have played because then the chances are even minute. If it was on Sunday evening, right? I would make it nearly every time. I'd have to win the tournament to be late for the dinner. Fred Blakely, we like this guy. Fred Blakely, he genuinely did get me back on track. I completely lost my train of thought. Twan gets one through. I'm rooting for Twan. He's a gangster.
He is. That 5 deuce. Just a snap jam versus match bet. Favourite hand of the day so far.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going for a teppanyaki in Chester with all my family. And, yeah. I went there on my 21st birthday, 14 years ago, something like that. So I'm looking forward to going back. And when you say it like that, it makes time sound disgusting. 14 years ago, my 21st birthday. Absolutely disgusting. Am I sponsored? No. Not for me. Nope. I'm a loudmouth, and they don't want that. They don't want no part of me. I'll say something so out of pocket that's like, you know,
Probably true.
usually, but like, George, he's had enough. He's had enough of Matt Davenport's big blind. He wants it. Keith, I would have loved to see the
Yeah,
three
I
bet
would
there.
have loved it
but,
as well. Well, Ewan may get the opportunity.
I'm all in. As Ewan. I'm all in. Gets the cut-off raise. Call is very profitable, but shoving absolutely prints. There it goes.
There we go.
Matt's got something big. Ace Queen. Ace Jack suited, definitely fold. This is one of the reasons why it's so powerful to just go all in. Oh, Matt, I mean, Matt's, yeah, I would fold you. All in, this is what and this is what I was saying earlier about going all in is sometimes the least risky option. Because you get them to fold so many hands that Matt would have called there or shoved himself, and now you've gotten him to fold a hand better than yours. And sometimes you're going to run into it, but such a small percentage of the time, and even then you're going to get lucky occasionally as well.
Just because Tom said that, Tower, when we play with tag team this year, it doesn't give you the right to just keep moving all in when you get dealt a good hand, like you done before.
It works.
I mean, if we were playing a tag team, me and Tower, and I spoke to him, and I was like, "How's it going?" And Tower said to me, "Yeah, I got loads of hands, and I just kept shoving." I'd be like, "Yes."
It was the hand he shoved to. I got to see one hand he played because we done the switch with the Goliath.
Yeah.
Come off break. Tao was in the big blind. I thought I'll go sweat his big blind with him. Stand behind him. He peels a couple of kings. I'm like, lovely. There's an opening in front of him. I'm thinking, what's he going to free bet to? We've got plenty of bigs, like heaps and heaps.
All in.
All in.
Yeah.
Fold. Well played, Tower.
Well, I mean, he's protecting his hand. Like,
Didn't lose a hand, did he?
He didn't lose the hand.
You're almost guaranteed to win the chips.
And he always says there's an ace on the flop when you got kings as well.
Here comes Matt. All in. Very clear. All in. You got to get some action, Tower. You know, you can't just do it. Even I avoid going all in occasionally. Like, am I going to play the Irish Open? Yes. Are you,
Yes,
Jay?
I'm booked.
Yes.
I booked 2 days ago, actually.
Nice.
I'm
I've
staying
booked the hotel, the venue.
Are you staying at the venue?
Yeah, I believe so. I booked it because it said you can cancel it like up till 2 days before for free.
That's a good idea.
Insane, right? So even if I find like a house to share with people, I can just cancel it like the weekend before or something crazy. Right? Seemed like a free roll.
10 minutes to go until the next break, guys. 15-minute break. We will lose Tom.
God, 30 minutes.
From the
quick,
comms.
innit? That was a quick 30 minutes. Yeah, it's getting on, you know. It's time for bed.
Why has he done that?
Like, maybe an early wake up and train home tomorrow. Maybe a morning session at the gym. Obviously not. On the poker tables.
Normally 6 for
Ewan? 200k.
I guess not. Not when it's count.
Go through it for you and in the cut-off. Just going to play open shove here.
Okay. I like it. I need to see the exact stacks.
17, 14 and 19.
Yeah, okay, I love it. It's one of these scenarios where they fold a hand like ace-10, for example, or a hand like pocket fives, which would have just been a fairly clear shove against the chip leader. Love it.
TM's glad you won't be doing comms tomorrow. He doesn't want to end up being known as the Golden Swallow by the end of the stream.
Golden Swallow. Well, you got to call yourself the Golden Swallow. I mean, if Keith hadn't put it as his own Twitter name, obviously I wouldn't be calling him the Silver Pigeon. You know. I put the Irish Open. See that today. See that
James
Dewey
is coming out of
legend.
retirement and playing. Come on, Dowie.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
No.
Yeah. Here comes Matt. Is he going to shove or min? I think he's going to min raise. I think shoving's a little bit too much. Yeah. But it's a very profitable shove. However, I think this one's a little bit too much to risk. I think he looks like he's going to shove. Yeah. I think it's still winning tons of chips, tons of money to shove here. I think it's slightly better to min raise, just slightly. And I love jamming.
There's another one in.
That's all to play for now.
Just under £10,000 next out.
Oh, Twan. What have you done, Twan? The game is the game, though. The game is the game.
4.9 million.
A question here from Isomorph. Tom, if ROIs for the best are 50 to 70%, are these tournaments particularly profitable or even good hourly after expenses?
Good question. Look, honest answer. You're better off playing. If you're a professional player, for example, you're almost always better off staying at home playing online. But this is the real world, and you don't want to be just. For me, you don't want to just be doing the same thing every day for the rest of your life. If you were a slave to the hourly, you'd barely do anything fun ever. Like, you wouldn't really do anything. You'd be stuck doing whatever the highest hourly is all the time. Live tournaments are like a very nice way for me, for example, to mix it up. You know, like to keep it fresh. You know, when I'm sick of online, I can go play a live trip, and vice versa.
We've always got the social interaction here and the networking.
Yeah,
a lot of
and
people
like the other
and
stuff away from the table, the dinners and the conversations and just meeting people, you know. And
love to
I'm
see
all
Jam.
in. Yeah, I'm all in for sure. This combo. George, I think it's becoming not obvious, but like semi-obvious that he's opening a little bit too much, I would say. Yeah.
Again.
Great play.
Love it from you. And what it also does, third time now, it sets up that dynamic. It just maybe makes
Scares
George,
people into, they don't want to play as much hands, yeah.
Just going to open Ewan's big
You start
blind.
getting more walks, you start getting more raises through, right. No problem, Isomorph. I would say, like, I think they are particularly profitable. You just got to manage the expenses well.
Yeah.
And you've got to make sure that if you go on a trip, you're actually playing. Because sometimes I go on a trip and sometimes
No,
I get to a
laugh 'cause
place.
I know
and
exactly what you're saying.
immediately I get there and I'm like, hang on, I don't even want to play. Like, I just don't. It doesn't matter where I am right this moment. I do not want to be at the table with 8 other people. I just want to chill on my own, you know. And you can't really control that feeling sometimes. Sometimes you don't know that till you get there.
And sometimes your discipline is just awful. Ireland last year, I went for 5-6 days. I played 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
I had 1 bullet in the main and I had 1 bullet in the Saturday event, and the rest of the time I just kept getting brought out and going for drinks. So,
But that's not that bad. Like, I've had a 2.5 week period in Vegas where I barely left my room and I played 0 tournaments.
well, it is quite bad, Tom, when the main reason I went out there was for cash and I didn't play a single cash hand.
That's unreasonable.
Yeah. So sometimes you can let your discipline slip. And
Will McMurray's fault.
yeah, it is actually Will McMurray's fault.
However, if you don't feel like playing, you're probably not going to play profitably. Probably. You know, maybe you can bring your C game and you'll still be winning slightly. But I don't recommend that. I think if you don't feel like playing, you shouldn't play. In the long run, it'll be better not to play when you feel like that. And sometimes that might lead to weeks of not playing, but it might be better for your mind, and you can't put a price on that.
Yeah.
Because this game really, it can be very tough on the mind. You really start questioning your own sanity, your own luck, your own ability, your own life choices in terms of what have I done to get here and what am I doing right now. I'm playing a game for money on my computer at home every day. Well, that doesn't sound great.
And Ewan just taking initiative now.
Yeah, just this is what Twan could have been doing.
Look how quickly Ewan shift gears as well. When he was the short stack, hardly saw him in a hand. Now he's got the chip lead. He knows.
He's realising his edge exactly. keep like battering away, you know.
The poker tourist, great example. Sifo in the chat. He goes to every stop and plays one tournament a year.
Yeah.
He's just there.
Sifo's a real grinder, though. People don't see that. Sifo actually grinds, you know. Sifo plays more volume than some regs. Yeah, but some regs don't play as much as a Sifo. Usually they're not playing as much as other people because they're running well and they think it's going to be that easy forever. I think I'm going to open as you in here now. I don't think we're going to shove this one. I think it would be a profitable shove. So maybe you should jam. I'm starting to think you should jam. I think my default is just to make it 200 here, but yeah.
One thing I will ask, like when we're opening like Jack 5 suited, but we're shoving like Ace-X and like Queen Jack suited, these type of hands, like what hands are we? What's like our strongest hand as you in that we'd open shove?
Something that's so good that you don't want to raise and fold to a jam, like Ace Jack off maybe, where you're not quite comfortable inducing people. You don't want to risk losing 1.7 and going from chip leader to the middle of the stack, so you decide to push to take away that chance of and maybe that might not be necessarily solver approved occasionally, but like because of the way the opponents are playing and they're not like calling correctly, it just becomes better to just shove. So I think Jack 5 suited would have been a very profitable jam there. But if you feel like your opponents aren't shoving correctly against you, then you can start min-raising instead of jamming. And 9 out of 10 players are not reshoving correctly, and that's not a case of them not being good or anything such. It's a case of there being a million different spots on final tables and nobody's good enough to know all of them, you know?
There's a walk for Keith.
Walk for the pigeon.
Teddy Johnson says, Vegas is not just for poker, ask Tower. We love a good drink in the piano bar, and if you're a DJ like me, gamble on heads and tails. It's the yearly heads and tails gamble on Sunday.
Is it?
Is it?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I am 0 from 10.
Wow.
That's
Jesus,
PK.
that's horrible.
That's PK. I am 0 from 10. I tell everybody what the bet is before it goes, and I haven't won 1 in 10 years.
1,024 to 1. I make that tower.
I was
Brilliant.
doing it as a percentage,
Brilliant.
and you've thrown me off.
It's the Super Bowl coin toss Sunday night.
Oh, I see. Right,
11:30.
So 0.01%.
Wow.
So yeah.
11:30. The coin toss will be on, and I am 0 from 10.
What's the Tower's treble lifetime?
It won't be. All right, stop laughing, you two. Stop laughing, you two.
Jesus, I didn't expect that much of a reaction.
I think I'm 3 from 6 in the last
3 from
That's not
6.
bad.
in the last 6 months.
He's 2 from about 600. If you actually want the actual stat.
Jesus.
He's had 2 up since I've been doing this job. Anyway,
Yeah, but
he's had 2
you're
up.
getting 300 to 1 every time, right?
No, about 10. Anywhere between
Oh.
6 to 1 and 16 to 1.
Never been 6s.
6 to 16.
He's never been 6s.
Wow.
So this
You are an unlucky man, Tower.
There you go. You see, I never.
No,
win
but
me
genuinely, it's
I
a-
never win me flips.
To lose
0 and 10.
to lose 10 in a row flips, that's
Yep.
actually kind of insane.
And
Right.
see how can I? It's 50-50. Even
just
I know it's
take
50-50.
Tom's advice on board since he's been in the session. Just run better, Tower. Start running good, and everything will come
You think
together.
positively it will come together?
Can I touch the arm for Sunday?
Yeah, done.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there you go.
Thank you.
I believe you're going to win the flip this time.
So we get the comms cam on for the last hand. We've disappeared,
Oh, here we have. We're not here really.
and then it's a 15-minute break. So back at 11:15. I know we're still 5-handed, but I would be shocked if we come back and the session didn't finish next session.
I agree.
Yeah.
I believe in the next 2 hours this tournament will have completed. And the winner will have been the Silver Pigeon, Keith Jobson. He'll be there with the trophy. He'll manage to outluck Ewan McNicholas and Matt Davenport somehow. A miracle will happen.
Somehow. So
there
they're
we
going to
go.
chop this up.
See you
Last
later,
hand of the
guys.
session. Big thanks to this man, Tom Hall. He's been
Much
great.
love.
Loved having
I love
him
it in here, and I love you guys in the chat. I do.
Top man.
It's been
Mr.
great
Tom
today.
Hall.
Today's been one of my favourite comms
Excellent.
sessions.
We will see you in 15 minutes with hopefully the conclusion of the high roller. Thanks so much, Mr. Tom Hall. You're an absolute legend.
See you later, guys.
See you soon, guys.
Top man.
kings and clubs and queens full on the end. There's the shout and the scream. There is the shout and the scream. Let's go, he says. Down to 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm chip leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went,
Yeah.
just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah. I can.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So
Yeah.
for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks a
ever.
lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep
Thanks
it
a lot.
going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to
Yeah.
the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need.
That's
You
it,
you can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can
I'm
dream,
excited.
can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations, 19 million. That is just about it from the days. Full chip counts up on the website very soon, but what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down, and we're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever, but who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
one of the
And there is the call from Arian.
Yeah,
And
it's
Carl
bad
really
news.
fought him for it, Tower. I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens.
Makes
Oh,
the
and he
call.
took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9. He is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Green 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion. And
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go. Get
Rutter.
out of here.
Get in
Get out of
there.
here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
A lot of them.
Oh, you find me a poker player who's not a degenerate.
One, two, 4, 5.
There's a few.
Okay, guys. because you're obviously 5-handed, the clock is now 30 minutes long for the remainder of the tournament. So we start at 60,120,120,000. Good luck.
Go back for more action, guys. ComScam not working at the moment.
I've been to tell him. Oh. You just get warm inside that card room and then you come back in here. And I left my tea.
Feels empty in here, just two of us now.
Oh. I forgot my tea. I left it with Vinny, who I was talking to. From Blackpool, old Ron Musson. So here we go. Next session. Is this the final session? I still don't think it is, you know. But let's watch.
Well, the thing is, Tower.
Yep.
Now at 120 big. Second in chips has got just north of 15. So Ewan, as the chip leader, I think is just going to be playing a lot of open shoves here. Oh, sorry, Keith's got 2.4, so Keith's got 20, but Keith's sitting on our direct right as Ewan. The times that it's unopened action and Keith folds, we're going to get to do a lot of open shoving. Great to have Tom Hall in. I love Tom coming in because he's got some great insights and he's a funny old lad. You wouldn't even like if you didn't know Tom and you just saw him at the table. But he's a funny lad. He is. Had me chuckling a lot.
But I'm guessing it doesn't really open up too much on the tables either, especially with the stories and stuff like that. But yeah, he's a super lad, super nice guy. Tom Hall. Is this the session? We're on 5.
And this is easy. One for Ewan to just open shove. This is right at the top. Like there's going to be a lot of other hands in here that are just going to be moving all in with.
There's all in.
I love Twan. he's going to be a favourite this year if he continues turning up. I can tell you that. MVB Pip Littler to the win tonight.
In what?
Premier League of darts.
Oh, right, okay. There we go. In the darts. In the darts. I think everybody just expressed this.
Who was it that come up to me today?
Yeah.
Oh, who was it we were talking to that thought you used to be the bloke that shouted 180? Oh, it's Cara. She's there on stream. Of course it was Cara.
Down on the job.
Mum, I'm on telly.
Yeah, Cara. Somebody convinced Cara that I was the guy that did the microphone shouting out the scores at the darts.
180.
Years ago.
It could have definitely been you, Tao, to be fair. I would have believed that story as well if someone told me it. So Ewan with the 9s, one that we're just going to raise, not all in. Gets it through. Oi, Easty 22 in the chat. How are we doing?
How are we doing, Easty? Are you in Edinburgh next week? For this.
And he says see you there, so I'm guessing he is.
Awesome. Hey, see you next week. Love it. Edinburgh. I know the camera's crashed and Tom's looking down at something. But that's the schedule for next week and we're going to see Easty. Commentary breaks for everybody. Good man. Good man.
Definitely on day 2 as well. Easty won't have to worry about day 2 in the main. So
on the break, we've got to play the 5 minutes from Easty when he's getting battered on the online game
by the old suited 4-gapper.
It's all right. You just call the 4-bet with the offsuit 3-gappers, and the computer will do the rest.
Yeah, good content. Give him a follow. He's in the chat now. Easty 22.
So funny. He is so funny.
Interesting one for you in here because Keith working with 20 in the big. We're still going to go for open shove with the A6 suited. Thought we might just see open, but comes down to Keith's stack size. Like, we're going to open shove this one for sure if it's like 17 effective, but Keith with, well, actually just sitting with 18, it's probably a lot closer than I thought on first glance, and just the open shove, as said, expected from you. I'm going to see a lot of this session with the stack depths as shallow as they are, and all comes down to we were 8-handed for 3 hours on a 40-minute clock. It takes some doing.
It certainly does. It certainly does. We were saying that on a 60-minute clock, maybe it's one of those things, but it's on a 40-minute clock, it just seems to be unheard of.
Oh, Twan, itchy feet in the cut-off, Queen 3 off, opening off a 15, makes it 2.5x as well. And Ewan with a candidate in the big, King 10 off here. Don't think we're going to be seeing him fold. 2.5x open here from Twan. Haven't seen much of that from him. So I don't know how Ewan will look into that size when Twan has just been clicking it.
Yeah, he's made the call. Flop. Oh, King 10-7.
Sponsored Pro Run Good Tower.
Any locks about.
Top. Takes no time in, continuing for 300k, and Ewan always playing flat here. Just got a lock, as Tower mentioned, with such a strong hand on this board. Want to keep some bluffs in of our opponent.
6 of diamonds turn. Check, check. And the back door gets there.
Well, if Ewan finds a check here, Tower, this could be the end of Twan. He has a very tidy candidate to go after it here. Queen 3, Queen of Diamonds. And let's see what Ewan comes with. Oh, he finds the check. Delicious from Ewan. And Twan getting here now to the river with just Queen High. Has to go for it, Tower. What size is he going to choose? None all in. And Ewan's just going to have an easy call here with the King 10.
600k it is.
Don't think there's much merit in raising here, Tower. I think this is just always going to be a call. Hasn't snapped for that reason, thinking, is there any merit in raising here? I don't think there is, even versus this 40% size. And well, there you go. He does go for the all-in. Trying to get called by the Asex on the river.
Super play from Ewan and Nicholas.
That's the difference, Tower. I probably would have just flatted there against Twan, and Ewan going for the value raise for an extra 5 BBs on the end. So now Twan. 4 bigs, Tower, around that.
With the blinds
4 or 5 bigs.
120, yep.
Discount.
You put 200k in it, get some funds.
And should mention as well, clock has been shortened to 30 minutes as we are 5-handed now, so we'll be 4 levels we play per session.
All in.
Twan under the gun, 5 bigs, King 5 off. Jack 4 of spades for Matt. I don't think we want to call here, as Matt is only 5 bigs with 2 invested, but
I haven't started yet, don't worry.
it's close, because if we call and we win the hand, we get a direct ladder. We bust the player.
615,000.
It's not a nice one to have. It's just the price, and looks like Matt is counting out calling chips. Thinks it's a call.
The Jack 4.
I really don't know with this one, so I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to give you a definite answer whether it's a call, whether it's a fold. It's not a nice spot as Matt, especially with no time banks either. That does make the call with the Jack 4 suited. Thinks it's good enough to go with. He is slightly behind. Twan out in front with King High.
So Matt calls. Here we go. Entertaining. Twan Lee is all in against Matt Davenport. Who won the sponsorship a couple of years ago.
Yes, it does flop a gut shot here, Matt. 6 outs reduced to 4. Looking for a lady. The King on the turn, not changing anything. Still with those 4 outs, although Twan turns trips. And it's a Brick River. Twan doubles. That leaves Matt with 5 bigs.
Roughly stack that up? Or yeah. How much did you double?
615.
Yeah, the all-in was for 615. Okay, that's fine.
You in with the ace on the button.
All in.
All in with the ace on the button. Matt won. I know it's a nice hand, but it's not calling for 6-5.
Oh, whoopsie.
The massages aren't banned on the feature table, it's just that some of the massage girls don't want to be on the feature table. Yeah, they're not banned. Obviously, there's Cara.
We should get all the give all the masseuses one of them cardboard cutouts with Cara's face on it, and just they can all be Cara on the feature, because Cara obviously doesn't mind.
Absolutely not.
And Ewan just getting that one through with the ace-6 up to just shy of 6 milli, over half the chips in play for Ewan McNicholas with 5 players remaining. And look at the rest of the stacks.
4 bigs, 9 bigs, 10 bigs, 17 bigs. With the blinds at 120. Something's got to give soon.
I'll have that bet, Jack. I'll win. Ewan to VPIP 100% until he wins, says Mr. Hardcastle. Keith opens gun, Ewan folds. Chicken dinner. And Twan with the ladies sets it in for his 10 BBs, and Keith ace 7 off here with 2 invested. And I think with how tightly bunched these guys are in the middle, George, Twan, Keith with a slight bit of leeway on them, expect a C-fold. Matt obviously outright short stack now with 5 bigs.
There you go, 1.2 mil.
Silver pigeon. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to call that without Tom here, but I love it. I absolutely love that nickname.
Well, Tom says that's what he calls himself on Twitter. Dave Nichols, can you believe that Tom has never heard of the Towers treble? I shall PM him on Saturday. Don't worry about that.
How good does Tom Hall run? He's never heard of the Towers treble. Run good merchant or what?
I don't want to ruin Bolton Wanderers' season for Andy Wilson. We're in Manchester. I can't back Man City or Man United because they'll both be odds on. Anybody who plays Rotherham United are normally 1 to 4, so we can't have them. Ah, right, Wadey comes up with, he thinks the Silver Pigeon was his Stars alias years ago. Nice one, Wadey. Thanks for that.
7-8 suited here for George. Blind on blind, working with 7-8 BBs. Matt working with 5. Could just see George go with this one. It's awkward. In he goes with the 7-8 suited and 10-9 off for Keith for 8 BBs. Once more tower. It's not the most appetising hand to call. It's such a small shove. It's a decent proportion of our stack. Does get out of there. Who have Luton got this weekend? Luton Town's the banker, apparently.
Wow. You wouldn't have said that at the beginning of the season. You would not have said that at the beginning of the season. Must be playing Rotherham.
Sheffield United at home.
Well, there you go then. Nailed on. They'll actually be like 1 to 2.
73 to 100.
There you go. Sheffield United could end up with the lowest points ever. I don't know how many it is actually in the Premier League.
It was Norwich, wasn't it?
Was it?
Norwich, like early 2000s, I think.
I
Or
thought
Derby.
it
Or
was
Derby. Yeah, or Derby, yeah.
Or Swindon or Barnsley.
No, Swindon. It weren't Swindon or Barnsley because I remember Norwich had the record, I think, and then maybe Derby surpassed it,
Okay.
or the other way round.
I think Sheffield United could have beat it this year, unfortunately. Well, one of my family members are Blades fans.
King 3 of hearts for Ewan. I think this has to be a call, doesn't it? When Matt shoves gun and has to shove wide because blinds are coming round. Obviously close. King 3 suited here, Tower. The pain on Ewan's face, but I think I'd be calling, and Ewan agrees. Does put the chip in, and he's in front. It was Derby with 11 points. There you go. Good knowledge, Tower.
11 points all season. That's tough.
So here we go. Are we going to be down to 4? Looking likely. Both players catch a piece. Matt can still find a queen or a 5 though. Still 1 chip back as well. Matt's left himself 1 chip behind. No idea why.
No, there's no...
10 seconds.
It's got the 5. Got to go in, can't not.
All in. Cool.
The massage value, says Mike Lennon.
The extra 5% from Cara. So top pair for you and as Matt all in. Matt needs to hit a queen. Oh, a 5.
10 working as well.
Well, now a 10. A 5, a 10 or a queen for Matt to double to 1.4 mil.
River.
Oh, there it is. Cara does it for Matt.
Trip 5s on the end. Matt Davenport back to 1.4 milli. We're not losing anyone 5-handed here.
That doubles to 11.
Still commanding this though, as Ewan, even after that small chink in the armour.
I've been looking at it, but I was like, I need to move around.
No, that's the same I carry on. Matt, nice hand. Yeah, cheers. Nice hand.
That's right, and one of the practice on high roller.
Small blind, big blind?
Guy checked it down with like effective nuts. Checked back effective nuts as well. So it was chip leader and just like, and then next time the guy's running blind.
That's one to make about.
No treble until Saturday, Trap.
How much was that last one for?
It's 5k on the turn.
Ten-do suited for you and just sets Matt all in.
Money back. 5k. Almost 5k back. And interest.
Keith in the cut-off, shoves for his 12, gets it through. Not going to be seeing too much post-flop action, guys, at the moment, unless it's blind on blind. King 4 off here for Ewan, and probably just going to continue with the job at hand. There's the triangle. How are we doing, Haxie, on Twitch? What's the buy-in?
1650 total. 1650 total.
And prizes at the bottom of your screen. Coming across, there's the final table payouts.
If he's in a big pot, just like
£9,980 locked up. 37,540.
make him squeal.
We have a champ. All in, says Ewan. We've heard that a lot this session.
Making me feel like I look like I'm doing a lazy massage. The customer's not happy with it. You have to laugh when you say that, like, you must be serious.
Sign of a great player though, Tower. Someone that just recognises situations of how they need to play their stack at any given situation. And for most of this final table, Ewan was just doing a lot of folding. Like saw the fold with King Queen off first in, and just realising he's just got to sit there quietly, wait for his spot, and then ended up getting a couple of doubles, got the chip lead, and the gears have just changed drastically. He's now V-pipping almost any hand. Just aware that there's so much pressure on these four stacks so close together. Such a beautiful spot to be in as Ewan. And triangle in for Twan. All in for 1.4. Ace 8 off for Keith in the small blind here, Tower. It's 11 big blind shove here from Twan, but something very interesting. Keith's actually second in chips right now. Although he's sitting there with 1.5 milli, he is second in chips. And for that reason, when you got George sitting there with 7, and you got Matt sitting there with about, I think he's got about 8, 9. I think Ace-8 off just wants to hit the mark. I could be wrong. These ICM spots are just so intricate and very difficult to gauge what's the right decision with certain holdings, and Ace-8 off here for Keith. I'd personally be folding, I think, tower. Yeah, we will have some Ace-7 through Ace-Deuce dominated. That was... He's in pain.
He is.
The pigeon is in pain.
The pigeon's in pain. Hey dear. Love it.
It's a nasty one for Keith. But to be honest with you, Tal, if I was the grey hair millionaire, I'd be in. I know I've got Ace-7, Ace-Deuce dominated. I got enough in the bank.
It's not about money, it's about winning.
I don't need it. I'm not fussed. I'm not fussed about
It's
ICM.
about the cabinet.
I'm the grey hair millionaire. I don't care.
He's not Tottenham. He wants another trophy on the
He's
cabinet.
not Tottenham. How dare you? How dare they?
He wants another trophy for the cabinet. He doesn't want to use Pledge for Dust anymore. He wants another one. Five-handed for the title.
Yeah, so was pain, but eventually finds the fold.
So George with the Ace-10.
Seconds. All in.
George is all in. Ewan folds. Ace-Queen for George from gun, five-handed. I'm not sure we ever open here, tower. I think maybe at this stage, with all these stacks so close together, I'll probably just play open shove off of just sub-11 bigs with Ace-Queen, five-handed hit.
All in.
George says I'm in with the Ace-Queen. Going to 120. 12 bigs. Not sure what Keith's thinking about here, Tower. This King 7 suited just has to go into the mark.
5 seconds.
I know what he's thinking about. We come back from break at just after 1/4 past, right? So I'm guessing blinds are about to go up. I'm guessing that's what this is from Keith. He's never calling King 7 suited here, so I think he's just aware of the clock and recognising blinds about to go up, perhaps. And we're in the big blind. Oh, no, we're not even in the big blind next. We'd be under the gun, so maybe that's not the case. Strange one.
Now with threes.
1,275,000.
Shove when the ace queen gets it through with George.
Blinds up around 80, 160, 160.
Yeah, so a minute on the clock, so blind's actually going up after this hand, so that means blinds will go up on Keith's big blind. So should have been the opposite tower.
Yeah.
Should have been snap folding, trying to get 2 hands in before the blinds get up. How are we doing, Mr. Tobias? Evening. I have a question, gents.
Uh-oh.
You do like a question?
No double entendres, please. Thank you.
No double what?
He's the guy that says, do we debate?
Oh, okay.
Do we debate sums?
Oh, blinds up this hand. So maybe Keith was on point. Maybe it's my timing that was out here in the booth. So yeah, good spot, Mick. 160k this hand.
Without Googling, how many of the remaining players' first names would you be able to play in a game of Scrabble, says Mr. Tobias. A proper question. Well, you'd be able to play Matt.
One, I think. I think it's just Matt, right?
Matt's a colour.
George isn't one because it's a name. Twan and Keith wouldn't be. Ewan, I don't think that's got any other meaning.
But then if you went to Matthew,
yeah,
there wouldn't be any.
Mm-hmm. You could play Davin and you could play Port.
So Matt is... Yeah, Matt would be one.
Hey, good evening, Sat.
What's a Keith?
160.
We're going for one, aren't we?
Yeah, we'd like to submit our final answer as one, as Ewan moves all in with the Queen 10.
Final answer. The answer's two. Matt being one. Yeah, with Matt Gray. He's a poker player and a colour on one of my walls.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you.
And silver. Matt and silver. Swan is a word in the Scrabble in the UK dictionary. It all depends what dictionary you use in Scrabble. You've got the Scrabble dictionary, you've got Oxford English dictionary, you've got Collins.
You've got Northern.
There's Northern.
Yeah,
oh,
like your lot.
Absolutely.
Some of the words your lot use.
It all depends which. If you're playing Scrabble, you have to decide which one you're using first. because there's some. Did you know in Scrabble you can use AA as a word, EE as a word, OO. It's just silly.
Yeah, it's the Liverpool accent, ain't it? AA, EE. That's what it is.
Imagine the Urban Dictionary.
Riz.
You went to Wales Uni?
I lived in Leeds for like 3 months. It is 65.
There we go. Swan is a word in Scrabble, minus Scrabble UK edition. Thank you very much for that. But then it'd only get you 4 points.
It would.
Which is not very good. Even if the T was on a triple letter, it's going to get you 7, 6. Not good.
Look at the stacks.
Oh, 7 bigs, 7 bigs, 7 bigs.
Still 5-handed here.
Yeah.
160k big blind. Average stack 2.2 milli. Working with south of 15 average.
I get a good price there.
Yeah. It comes to us anyway.
That is great, Dave Nichols. Twan in Scrabble is like Tower with a treble. It's no good, but you go with it anyway. Of course.
Oh, I love it.
You just shove it, gets it through. That can't call the 10 deuce. I love that from Dave Nichols. So I said at the start of the day, I reckon around 12 o'clock finish. And if you said to me at the start of the day we'd still be 5-handed at 12, I would have put a lot of money against it. But here we are, as Keith moves all in. King 8 suited. Shoving. Swan out the way. Keith gets that one through.
Bit of trivia. Which poker player's first cash in Manchester is now almost 25 million in winnings?
Sam Grafton.
Sam Trickett.
Sam.
Cully.
I'm going to go Grafton.
Okay.
Trickett's a good shout as well.
So you're gonna play the rush.
Oh, I'm gonna go for. No, he hasn't earned that much, has he? I was gonna go for Cody, but no, not enough. You and King 3 off, sends it in. Matt with Ace 8 off on the button here. Only with 4 BBs, just sub 5. Knows how wide Ewan's going to be shoving. Has his time come to put it in? It has.
It has indeed. On your backs. So Matt, big chance to double through Ewan. Ace high, good for Matt at the minute. Needs to fade a king or a 3.
No ace on the Well, in fact, I'm not dead. I can't be dead.
We're down to a king. It's a 3. Good job the 8 hit on the turn. Matt Davenport survives.
Said the 3 was coming on the river, right? Yeah, I knew. Feel that. Maybe. I mean, I'm going to be raising normal in lots of hands. And folding. I just keep having all in. Or what I think all in. Maybe
We'll give up laughing, Gore.
Guess again. 25
There's not many
mil.
UK players you really think of. Like
25 million.
Chidwick weren't from around here, was he?
Oh, unless it was Stephen Chidwick.
Chidwick, Trickett, Grafton. Name me another you. Ben Heath. I doubt he was playing in Manchester.
Security.
Talau could be a good shout. I'm trying to think of
25 million.
who would have. Danny Tang. That's a great shout.
Well, good old Judge Dredd turns up. One mention in the chat comes up with the correct answer.
Danny Tang. That's right. That's going to be right as well because he was originally from Manchester and he plays all the Triton stuff. And I'm pretty sure he's got over 20 million earnings.
There you go.
Well done, Dan Charlton.
If it's not right, Dan, we'll just. If it's not right, Dan, we'll give it you anyway.
All in and a call. King 8 for Ewan. Flops top 2. And only a 5 to keep George alive now. And 1 is in the mucks. A case 5 needed. Turn or river.
Oh, well, oh, George, pop.
Don't say it.
less now.
River.
He's a 10 of spades. George goes pop.
I said don't say it.
Oh, I haven't said anything. £9,980 for George. Well played, George.
I mean,
Good effort. We're down to 4. See, now Matt's got to carry on having that massage till he wins it.
Remember, who was it? Was it Simon Higgins? And one of the final tables we played?
That's right, yeah.
When he lost heads up to Cal. Actually, I think it was here.
That was Cara as well.
It was here at this event last year when he come second.
Cara came in on the Sunday.
Yep, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. It's at this exact casino. Maybe that's all you need. Cara.
Exactly.
On the live stream.
Sure.
Yeah, Danny Tang's from Hong Kong. Dave Nichols. I believe Hong Kong.
He is now, yeah. He's now living in Hong Kong, originally from Hong Kong, moved over to England. I think he was studying, wasn't he? Came over, lived in Manchester for years, and then moved back.
I knew me Ellis Island buddy would help us out.
Are we going to see Dan Charlton at Ellis Island in June?
That was some night, that was
Let me know, Dan Charlton. We need an Ellis Island karaoke night in June, sunshine.
The best thing about that night is how many people we started with, and then the group just got smaller and smaller and smaller. 5 a.m, Ellis Island, just me and Dan Charlton listening to some terrible karaoke.
Brilliant.
Wondering what we're doing with our lives.
Great gaff.
Ready to max late reg the Venetian one day or tomorrow. Like, oh god. Can't wait for Vegas again this year. Keith all in with the ace deuce and Ewan with the call with the ace 6. Oh, we're going to be down to 3.
We could be down to 3, ladies and gentlemen. Keith is all in. Ewan makes that call. We could chop. We could chop.
King, king, king.
Oh, 6 and a deuce on the flop.
King of spades. Six of spades.
So now we need one of the 2s. Running spades.
A little bit greedy.
Down to one of the 2s for Keith Johnson. It is not. So Keith eliminated in 4th. Well played, sir.
Well
Yet
played.
again, showing all the team how to play.
Great run of form for Keith Johnson, aka the Silver Pigeon.
The Silver Pigeon.
See open on feature.
The grey hair millionaire. Adds to its stack.
Keith's gonna hate Tom Hall after today. He's gonna be that bloody Tom Hall.
Well done, Keith. Good to watch you playing. Finishing in 3rd place
Yeah, I fucking not.
for a whopping.
Checking it down to the river.
Sorry, in 4th place for a whopping £14,090. Next out, 20,440. But who's it gonna be?
1.9 before the ante.
How are we doing? BBH in the chat.
Have you seen that in the wrestling? The WWE? Did you watch
I don't.
It was the Royal Rumble last week. And it's the first Royal Rumble I've watched in about 15 years.
Yep.
Triple H. You heard of him?
Yeah, Hunter.
Yeah. He's now using his real name.
Hunter.
No.
I know it's HHH. It's like Horatio. Hunter Hurdsley.
Very close.
I remember it. I
yeah.
remember it from when I was a kid, but I can't remember it now. Hunter something Hardsley. I don't
It's
know.
like something like Hunter Henley Hershey Henley. Anyway, his real name is Paul Levesque.
And that's what he's using now.
He's now using Paul Levesque as that's actually his real name.
Oh my word, Sal, here we go again.
Back to the table, madam. Where's he pulled these from?
Did Cara just slip him a couple of boots? Here you go, Matt, have these. Aces, what can you do, Ewan? Blind on blind, shoves the king 4 suited as he should. Mac wakes up with the goods and
that'll do.
Well, you say that will do, Tower.
We said that once before.
There's some sweaty backdoors. Jack or 10 of diamonds is a fun one, but that will do.
There we go. Hunter Hurst Hemsley, Triple H. There we go. And his real name is Paul Levesque.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
And he's now using Paul Triple H Levesque.
I don't know.
In WWE. Anyway, I only watched it because CM Punk came back.
Ah, CM Punk.
Yeah. First time in 10 years.
He was around when I was a kid.
Yeah.
He's been it.
Yeah. So that's the only reason I watched it. Anyway, we're all fixed. And Cody Rhodes won it.
Is that his actual name, Cody Rhodes?
Yeah, he actually is.
Actually
Because
is.
his dad was Dusty Rhodes.
There you go.
Who was the American Dream.
I know Sting's real name. Do you know Sting's real name?
Gordon Sumner. It is?
No, Steve Borden.
It is Gordon Sumner.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, help me out here. Who's Sting's real name? Gordon Sumner.
I'm sure it was Steve Borden.
Get it?
Born in Nebraska.
Google it. He was born in London.
I'm worried about busting the third on the ladder. Pull it off.
There you go. Gordon Matthew Sumner, CBE.
Used to love Sting.
Yeah. Are you on about this Sting?
Yeah, I'm on about this Sting.
Or
perhaps.
not the Sting, the lead singer of the Police?
No, I'm on about Sting from the WWE, you donut. Of course I'm not on about... Why would Sting from the Police come into a wrestling
You
conversation?
said, what's the real name of Sting?
What
So
are you talking about?
I just told you.
Thank you, Logs. It is Steve Borden. Thank you very much. Jeez.
You said, what's the real name of Sting?
Yeah.
And I told you. And was I wrong?
Yeah, you was, because I was talking about a different kind of Sting.
Hey dear. Evening, Bob. Another good shift over for you.
Does Triple H still pedigree people, says Curtis. I haven't watched it in years, though, Tower. I don't know who else would still be around. Probably like 15 plus years since I've seen it.
It is pants. It is so scripted nowadays and embarrassing.
I would have put a lot of money on him being called Steve Borden, and then you were talking about a completely different Sting. I didn't even know there was a singer Sting. Thought it was always a wrestler. As Matt gets a decent hand on the button.
He just calls. He likes to call, he likes to sing.
I think this is just a function of Twan's stack here, Tower, and we don't really want to make the pot big against Ewan, who can still bust us.
So Ewan hits a 6 and has outflopped Matt Davenport and Twan Lee. Give him the check mark for Ewan with the 6. Even though Twan has hit the deuce, I think we're going to check it all the way around. I don't see Matt getting giddy with the ace side. Matt was actually third.
Probably wins.
Yeah, we all know that WWE is all scripted and it's entertainment. Now it's just completely gone too far regarding. It's all stories these days. It's still, is it not? Is it not Monday Night Raw? Isn't it something like the longest running consecutive storyline program in America? I'm pretty sure something like that. Monday Night Raw. One of the longest running programs in the USA. Would mystery bounties be good in local casinos, says Logs? Like in the 25-50 or in the festivals? Yeah, maybe. A mystery bounty. I think every now and again they do have a special. I know Portsmouth do. Portsmouth have a special mystery bounty weekend. That's what they do have. So maybe if anybody wants to have a separate mystery bounty, have a word with Jim McShane. Can we host one? Of course you can. And Matt says call. Whoa! Matt Davenport calls with Jack 2 suited. The Jack 2 suited. Twan Lee has a chance to double. This is massive. Call with the Jack deuce. And they both flop a Jack. But Twan needs to fade a 2 or a 6.
Yeah, 6 would chop, so
6 would chop it.
Doesn't necessarily need to fade. 4 would also chop it.
10 is still playing. And it's a 7. So Twan Lee gets a check mark and the winning hand.
No. It's gotta be like yeah. Can't make that again.
That's more than like
So apparently WWE signed with Netflix now. That's all business.
Didn't Blockbuster try and buy Netflix and could have like Blockbuster?
Well, the video place.
Like years and years ago when Netflix first
When
started.
they used to go and rent videos
Yeah,
for like
yeah.
£3 a weekend.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or Netflix tried to buy Block or something like that.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And they turned it down, and now look at Netflix, look at Blockbuster.
Legit hand now, right?
9-7 off for Ewan, opens button. Twan on the hunt for his triangle. He finds it and chucks it in the middle. Ewan with the snap fold.
You know what, I can lose now. I just wanted one
Three
pot of you.
left. Ewan, Nicholas, Matt, Davenport, Swanley.
We're even now, right?
Yeah, totally. I'm not asking for much.
I've just had
Actually, smashed me
hands.
before. Yeah, I know you had hands. I know that. I just, it's not like it's bad timing.
I flopped top 2 pair.
Yeah, I know.
You saw it on the stream.
Been a long old day, Tal, but it has flown by.
Yep.
I think first session went pretty slow, but after that it seemed to go fairly quickly. Krishi Gupta says, "Good morning, Tower."
Good morning.
Do we know a Krishi Gupta?
I think we do. Morning, Krish. How's things?
Yeah, we've said this all day, Wadey. Wadey noting how tough this field was, probably one of the toughest high roller fields he's seen. With Twan still being in, good advertising for poker. Good luck to the last three, but would love Twan to win. Yeah, he's battled Twan. And even the final table, Wadey, I know the field in general was just stacked, but even the FT picture, just all the faces. And Twan has been sitting there cool as a cucumber, just getting along with it. And sixes here, blind on blind versus Matt Davenport Tower. I'd be surprised if Twan folded this one. I'd be very surprised. Oh, we're not blind on blind. Sorry, I actually thought Matt was small blind here and Twan was in the big, but Ewan's in the big and Twan actually goes with fold still. And Ewan with the ace-3 suited.
Yep. Matt's got his way back up to 3.2 mil.
I passed the pair there. I passed the pair, you know. Yeah. I passed the pair.
He was feeling it earlier, Matt, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Slinging in the cards and
sometimes
having a bad time of it.
It can get you this game.
Certainly
Like, no
can.
matter how chilled you are
Not
and
easy.
how mentally strong you are, sometimes you don't actually realise, like, in the moment, sometimes emotions can just take control. And
I agree.
Would be nice. Would be nice.
Good to see a bit of passion at the table. Matt Davenport, 3 left. Can't remember if Matt had made day 2 or he was a day 2 buying. I know Ewan was.
I think he did because Sinead was on the FT and the mini while he was playing the high roller. So I think he did bag. We know Ewan was day 2 buy-in. Twan just going to open shove the Queen 5 suited, gets it through.
It's funny because Sinead likes it to be there.
I don't mind going out of the back. She's like,
Just open shove from Ewan. And if Twan's not calling sixes, he's not calling king three suited, in my opinion. So expect this one just to get through. Yeah, not only that, Curtis, people forget Ewan found a 5 on the river versus Twan as well, was dominated all in pre, ace 5 versus I think ace queen, snagged the 5 on the river, kept him alive. It's the thing, this game's such fine margins.
You could get in the W, exactly right. You forget all the bits of luck. People like to tell us all the bad beats.
Selective memory, poker players, Tal. That's all it is. We're all the same. We've got selective memory. We don't remember the ones we got lucky. We only remember the ones we got unlucky.
Cheers, Mick the Mod. 470 Matt out of the start of the day. You and Nicholas are day 2 buying.
King 3 off here. Is this one of these that maybe we go for the ISO with the king 3 off here as Ewan? Maybe choose a not all in sizing, but does just go with the all in. Again, not wanting perhaps to get limp shoved on. Maybe expecting Twan not to play any traps as well. Just expects him to shove all his strong holdings with his stack size.
3 left, high roller. Who wins it from here?
And if I'm not mistaken, Tower, I believe blinds are going up.
Well, it's 200k. You had 233 start of the day. I thought it was a day 2 buying. Why did I think that?
And why you've been telling me that all day, and then I've been telling the stream because of your false information.
I was convinced it was a day 2 buying. Thanks, Mick the Mod. I'm glad you're here, pal.
I was convinced Sting was called Steve Borden, and then you pulled out a completely different name I've never heard. Ace deuce off here for Ewan. Nice, easy one. Snap fold from Matt. It's nice when you just get a decision where it's not even borderline and you just look down and just a clear cut. It'd be great if poker was like that all the time, every decision clear cut, but it's a difficult old game we play. A couple of minutes and going to be moving into that 200k level.
Oh, sorry about the graphics. Don't know what's happened to the graphicos. We'll be back for sure. You're on the button.
Jamming. Prize money coming up on your screen now.
Boom. There it is. The black flash.
That was really quick, Tark. You put it up again.
No.
There we are.
There, go on, man. The black flash. How are we doing, Paul? Hope you're well. See you in Blackpool. See you in Blackpool. Oh. Samson's losing all his strength. Cara's leaving.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Can't shove the ace-4 suited now after Cara's just left us, can we, Tower? 15 for Matt, ace-4 suited on the button. I think we all know what's going to happen here. There it is. Shake of the head from Ewan. Matt going to be happy to pick up blinds and ante.
Might be too strong. Might be too. Can't get too. Can't raise. No, it's too good to raise. Ace for off. I mean, the shorter he gets, the first hit is, right? Yeah, exactly.
One from Ewan, foul from Matt. Nice. Been quick.
No aces this time. Cool that. I do like cool that. I was a quick call, like, I hope it says green on 2.
There we go, Joe coming. 1, 2, 2. Blinds up. 1, 2, 2. Ay, ay, ay.
Matt all in. Twan out the way.
5 deuce. Not having any of that, he says.
He had a lot of it earlier against Matt, the 5 deuce. Was you in the booth when that happened?
Was it 5 deuce?
Yeah. Or was
No.
it just me and Tom?
I think it was just you and Tom.
When Matt bet 100 on the river and Twan moved all in for heaps with ace king.
Nope, I wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't there, Tower.
Must have been.
You missed the most
socialising.
gangster hand of the tournament.
He had to fold the ace king.
Oh, so you were it? Yeah. So you were actually here?
I was here. Always here, me.
You just forgot.
Always here.
Ace king suited for Matt.
He was 8 in life.
I think maybe one that we can do exactly this, what Matt's doing.
Yeah.
Goes for the open. No, goes for the limp.
Goes to the limp and it's working.
Got his customer.
Working, he's got his customer. There we go. Matt Davenport, ace king. Twan Lee, king jack. Nice on Matt, says Twan Lee.
Nice hand, Matt.
Yeah, nice on Matt.
Got backdoor spades, running queen 10.
That's it.
And that
Boom.
will seal the deal.
There we go. Is it house over house?
So, trips for both. Well, trips for Twan,
Well
no
done,
good.
Twan.
Matt with ace king. King's fall gets us to heads up. It's only a 5-minute break, guys. We'll keep the pictures on.
Yes.
We'll mute the mic and we will be back in 5 minutes. midnight for heads up action between Matt Davenport, Ewan McNicholas.
Do not go anywhere.
Should be in the hole. C2?
Yeah, C3. go on break, yeah. If you go on break, we'll do it.
Second?
If you go on break, we'll do it.
Go on break?
Yeah.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
I've not nothing back to lose.
Yeah. Oh, head of room. Trophies on 5k off. We don't need them anymore, right? Do we? No.
Yeah, 1, 2, 153, 2, 4.
Move them there. Maybe.
How long have you got?
5 minutes, we'll call you there. Yeah, sort of. There we go. I used too soon, so that was the easiest. Makes it sort of fair.
Alright, thanks. 4.7.
7.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I knew it was 5.7.
Okay, congratulations guys, heads up. So the points will restart at 100, 200, there will be no ante. So good luck, Jason, when you're ready, please begin to you.
Right. I know I've said it twice already today, but I promise this is the last session. All right, this time I mean it. If we get to another break, I don't know what I'm going to do.
We get to another break, it'll be 2:30 a.m. Great.
In at 12 tomorrow, another 13-hour day.
Yeah. We start singing Dolly. Working 1 till 1, what a way to make a living.
Working 12 till 1. So some heads up action.
No deals.
No deals.
None at all. Let's get on with it. Ewan, 6.2 mil. Matt Davenport, 4.5. Pretty even Stevens. No deals. They're playing it out, which is great to see. Jack 2.
Ping, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Matt decided to part ways with Grosvenor, all on good terms, still perfectly fine. Then made 100%. It off his own decision, off of his own back. Decided that he was going to go on his own this year, so no longer actually part of the Grosvenor poker team. But in our eyes, it will always be Grosvenor poker.
Absolutely.
Matt Davenport, run good, of all run good.
Yeah, it's having Cara on your side.
Yeah, that's it.
So that's what happens.
That is it. But yeah, Matt team pro last year, but just decided this year that he was going to go off his own back. All on good terms. But Ewan is one of our team pros for 2024.
He is re-signed for 2024.
Have we ever had a heads up between our two team pros before?
Nope. We haven't. We had 2 team pros on the final table, Katie and
Jamie Nixon
Jamie in Edinburgh.
When Ludo comes second.
Yep. And now Ludo's part of the team. I thought Katie was here this week. I've not seen her.
I've not heard her. I've not heard giggles just coming. You walk through the car room, you just hear Katie giggling.
I thought Katie was. I'm pretty sure that Katie said on her social media she was playing in Manchester.
What benefits do you get as a team pro, asks Mel? You just get a budget of tournament buy-ins to play what you want across the year. Probably the best benefit of being team pro, you get to jump in the booth and do comms with me and Hal whenever you want.
Support the patch.
Off to Vegas.
Get to go to the Irish Open and stuff like that. It's all part of the package, obviously. But yeah, wear the patch with pride and play the game that you love. And that's what these two are doing. I know Matt just relinquished his Grosvenor sponsorship this year, but Ewan and Matt was at it last year. So, and there you go, Nick. They get a hoodie with a name on it.
Of course.
That's as important as it comes.
Yeah, and Ewan here with Queen of Hearts in hand. Not going to choose to bluff. I think Queen High still can show down enough of the time, and Matt not going to barrel with the 7 high. Queen Deuce, good.
Oh, Brian's in the building. Where's it, Derek?
It's Derek. It will always be Derek to me now. But Brian, yes, Tower. I actually apologise to him for that. I was so certain that was his name. I was so
nice
confident.
Chat in the Novotel in Coventry. When he come down, he looked like he come blazing round the ring like Like Triple H running to the ring, coming to clothesline you. You've been calling me Derek!
Brian coming to the feature. Seeing if he can close out this heads up for us.
When do we see you next, Nick? At the UK Open in Coventry? Or are you in Edinburgh next week?
Exactly, Nick. Hoodie with your name on, big deal. I remember I used to walk around with a can of Coke about 6-7 years ago with my name on, big deal. Remember that when Coke brought all the cans of Coke out with your name on?
Yeah.
For the old marketing.
Oh dear.
And then Pepsi tried the same thing, but unfortunately you could only get it if your name was Max.
God, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Here all week, here all week.
Great.
King 5 suited for Matt calls the 200k. Unknown holding for Ewan on the button.
UK Open maybe for Nick, or he might just play online until the World Series. It'll be good to see you at the UK Open if you make it. If not, we will see you in Vegas.
Matt with this up and down now and overcard to the board is going to have a stab for 300k, just shy of 40%. Over to Ewan with an unknown holding. Does make the call.
The river's a 10 of hearts.
Does bring this 4-liner to a straight. Any 8x getting there. Making a straight. Is Matt thinking about going for the bluff here with the King 5? I love heads up poker. Just no waiting around for hands. You need to battle, get amongst it, try and win pots. And Matt will goes for check after a quick reach towards his chips. Goes for 800k. Expect that to be end of hand. Cannot come up with a hand that we beat here as Matt. Maybe something like Queen 8 suited. Probably going to be a nice C-bet candidate. I'm sure we'll see you heads up in one of these one day, Nick. You seem to have your success overseas all the time.
Yep. Love to see you on another FT in Vegas.
I know he FT'd the main, but didn't you final table like the Colossus or something silly last year, Nick, with like tens of thousands of runners?
Something silly?
Something silly. Like one of them silly 10,000 man fields. I'm pretty sure Nick had a deep run in last year. May have been 2 tables out. It is silly. When you've got 20,000 people in one poker tournament, how can you not call that silly? Millionaire maker it was. And it was 2 years ago. Wow.
Indeed. I'll bring me pom-poms to anybody, me mate Nick. I am the run good. Get a tower hug and your final table. Ewan 7.4, Matt 3.6. There you go, you see. Does that make the Goliath silly? With all
The
them
Goliath
numbers
is a silly tournament, but it's a great tournament as well. That hand we saw at the Goliath this year was one of just picturesque. When Ace King versus bottom set versus middle set, and somehow checked to the river and went bet call. When two people had a boat and the other guy had trip aces with a king kicker. It was picturesque.
Smallest pot ever for three biggest hands in the world.
Literally. On ace 4-3, I think it was middle set, bottom set, ace king, ace turn, and it's like the smallest pot ever, and somehow goes bet call river. Ewan flops best on 5-5 deuce with his 2-pair.
How many bullets do you think Jack Hardcastles could fire in Goliath if he played it? How many?
I reckon
you got 9 levels of range.
He'd have one bullet, he'd pull 18 different facial expressions, and he'd be out of Coventry within the next half hour. That would be my guess, Tal. So I'm going with 1.
How many pints of star in that one bullet? 4?
Overs.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, so Matt going to put this six of spades to work, 6 of spades in hand, so going to try and use it here. Makes it 4-7-5.
Is that right?
Sounds like it.
Thanks, eh?
So Ewan here with 2-pair, don't expect him to be going anywhere. Does make the call, heads up poker. Range is going to be really wide. Matt checking his option in the big as well, so never going to have anything like an overpair here. 6s for aces, just not going to be a thing.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
Does bring in a wheel draw now for Ewan. Not really one of the cards we are looking for as Matt to potentially double barrel on. Might just shut down here as Matt Tower, and has checked over to Ewan. It's an interesting spot for Ewan because I think once Matt checks, like in our head, we feel like we're going to have the best hand a lot of the time. Our hand just shrivels up if Matt does ever go for the old double check raise, but just the snap fold from him. So a little probe on the turn, he gets it done for Ewan and extends his chip lead.
28,510 it when we play the last hand and you don't win it. 37.5 to the winner. Gary Miller made day to a Goliath once. Not easy. That's Joe Beavers.
I never even thought Gary Miller had a single bullet in the Goliath in his lifetime, Tower. Ace 10 for Matt. Off of 14. I think this is a nice one to potentially raise call with the Ace 10. They're going to go for the limp, set the trap, and trap activated. Ewan with Queen Jack here. 14 effective. There's the triangle. There's the call. And Matt could be doubling up and would be neck and neck if the Ace 10 does hold here. But Ewan, 41%. Plenty of equity with 2 live cards.
Isn't it great having a guy on the rail who won 3 million in the World Series main event? It's fantastic, isn't it? What a game this is. Morning, Yamo. Just tuned in. This could be the final hand.
Looking
it could be now.
Likely on the Jack high board.
It could be now, ladies and gentle people.
Fading aces, fading queens as well. Broadway draw picked up for Matt on the turn.
Queen ball, corner pocket. It's 9-3. We got a champion. Hey.
Ewan McNicholas high roller champion here in Manchester. Tower better go on his way. Go and do some. You're not doing any interviews?
Come on, I'm not doing none of that.
We're not doing interviews for this one.
I'm not doing none of that. Go on then.
So, Tower's going to head out into the field. We will see him shortly. We are done this evening for the high roller guys. Ewan McNicholas is our champion, 37k and change. Great performance from Matt Davenport as well. He will take second place and a decent sum of money. Tomorrow we are back for the main event. We will be streaming all of day 1B on the Friday, and expect that one to be huge with the turnout we've had today for day 1A. High roller is over 110 entries turned out for this one in Manchester. Tower was there out in the field. He's got the microphone. We're going to be doing the runner-up interview with Matt Davenport first, and we are going to be heading over to Tower and Matt for the interviews and the trophy presentation.
Great effort, and what a cracking final to watch.
It was a very, I imagine it was made for great viewing. It was a very swingy table.
Yeah, it was a cracking one. And I know, 8-handed for 3 hours.
Yes.
Like, just sat there. How hard is it to keep your concentration, knowing that obviously the ICM comes into it and all the stacks are starting to dwindle?
Yeah.
How hard is it to sit there 8-handed thinking who's going out next?
Oh my, it's just an absolute minefield to play. You know, and then the stacks are altering so much. You've constantly got to be readjusting your strategy. It's a grueler. I'll sleep well tonight.
The 5 on the river that kept you in it. That was a nice 5.
Yeah. Apparently I should have checked that down. But whatever. Yeah, we'll take it.
Great effort. I'll tell you what, these high roller fields are tough, aren't they?
Yeah, I've been questioning whether I should be playing
They are
these.
tough fields.
But yeah.
Some of the best players we see
They
on a
are.
daily basis.
They are. And I think UK scene in general is tougher than most.
It certainly is.
Travelling and
we've just watched
and it's obviously the cream of cream of the crop in
this.
We've
just watched a fantastic
Yeah.
final. It's a super effort. Second in one of the biggest fields that we've seen and one of the hardest fields.
Yes,
Matt,
for sure.
always a pleasure watching you. Fantastic, top man, Mr. Matt Davenport. We're going to bring in the champ. Here he comes, Mr. Ewan McNicholas. Grosvenor sponsored.
Yeah, it's good.
High roller champion.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Yeah, it's good. I'm very happy. I ran amazing all day, and
we had Tom Hall in the comms box. I don't know if you've had a chance to re-watch it, but
I haven't seen any of it.
All you need to do to win a comp is get a patch. That's all.
I'm sure he was chirping a little bit.
It was good.
He was sitting there all day with like 4 big blinds and
It was a fantastic watch. Just said to Matt, these fields are tough.
Yeah, it was a really tough field. I had some like insanely tough tables both today and yesterday. It was lots of fun, but
every table has got names on it in these high rollers. They are tough.
Yeah, everyone's really good.
And I was also saying 800 for just over 3 hours.
That was wild.
Grueling.
Yeah, I mean, we'd been 900 for a while as well until Andy busted. That took a long time, and then it was just really short, and I kept going all in and kept winning all ins, and then.
Well, Jay was saying you were sat there all nice and patient. Yeah. And then once you got the chips, you just completely changed gears. You're able to do it.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the idea. Like, as soon as I can leverage like having the chip lead, it's good. People are going to have to fold because they need the ladder. When everyone's short, I just get to put lots of pressure on. And I was just lucky that I got into that position in the first place, and then just kept doubling up when I was short, basically.
Yeah, well, it was a fantastic watch. It really, really was. Congratulations. Is it? Here we go. There you go, young man. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, champion of the high roller, Mr. Ewan McNicholas. Many congratulations. That was a tough field. Jay, please finish us off.
That's it, guys. We are done for the day. I'm going to wait for Tower. You see him there. He's going to be running back into the back room with me, and we will close up shop for this evening while he's making his way back in. That is what we have got for tomorrow. And there's going to be giveaways galore, so make sure you tune in. I haven't even got an email from Tom yet, but I'm telling you now, Tom, I'm gonna give stuff away. I don't care.
Do not care.
There you go.
Not my money. Have some. Great. What a watch.
It was a really good watch. It was a very long day, but I don't mind a long day at all when we've got a star-studded field and we've got good poker, good action, great banter in the booth. Good to have Tom Hall and Andy Wilson in.
Certainly was. It was great. Thanks to those two guys. Great watch. And we have a Grosvenor sponsor player as a champion.
There you go.
The patch works. The patch worked. The massage nearly worked for Matt.
It did.
But,
well, Simon Higgins come second last year while he was getting a massage. Matt comes second this year while he's getting a massage. So maybe.
You know what that means?
Well, no, Matt.
Don't get a massage if you want to win.
Matt got rid of Cara for heads up, didn't he?
He did.
There you go.
Don't do that again. That was great. Thanks to you lot in the chat as always. You make it as much fun as what it is for us, and it makes the day fly by. And as Dolly Parton says, working 12 till 1, what a way to make a living. It was a great eye roller. One of the best fields we've ever seen. I thought it was fantastic. We'll do it all again tomorrow. As Jay has just said, from 12:20 tomorrow is day 1B and the turbo at 9 o'clock if you want to come and join us. Joining the fun at Manchester Berry New Road. There's no snow on the ground anywhere, so make sure you come and join us. We will see you tomorrow at 12:20 on the live stream for day 1B.
Good night.
Good night.
Chris doesn't get many winners' photos.